Hello and welcome everybody to the season finals of the, I believe we're in the end of the autumn season, or is it summer season? I don't know. I think it's summer season. End of the summer season, Challenger Cup finals. So that is going to be our Sunday stream for today. Sorry for no stream yesterday. I was very caught up with YCS Lil preparations over the course of the weekend. So I decided to take yesterday off. But we're back today. We are revisiting Master Duel's current format, of course, to be expected. The best deck in the format probably going to be Malice today, but I'm also I've been hearing about different kind of Ryziel variations popping up recently. Let it be Heraldic Ryziel. I've also heard of a Magistus Ryziel variation, so I'm interested in whether we're going to see that. We have the best 128 players from the summer season assembled today, and they are going to face off in a single elimination best of 3 bracket. So we are here with the top 128. Let's begin and jump into table 2 here. We've got Irves versus what was the other name? Let me see in a second. Tengen Toppa. That's the one. That was the name. All right. Let's see what we got. You look tired? I'm all right. We have a Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, so it seems to be Blue Eyes, or maybe Primite Fiendsmith potentially. We'll see. Double Effect Veiler, however, on this Primite, because we have a Called by the Grave, and we also have a Molcharmy afterwards to stop them or potentially interact with their ability to link summon. However, we have an Ash Blossom for that as well, so we're starting things off powerful here in true Master Duel fashion with Called by the Grave and Ash Blossom. The Primite, however, will be negated because we had a second copy of Effect Veiler. So we will be able to link summon into the Blue Eyes Link 1. The question now is, do we have a normal summon Sage coming up? Because that'd be the perfect hand. However, we have an Ash Blossom here as well. Okay, well, down to 1 card in hand, going second here already. Ooh, we summon a Blue Eyes from hand. I mean, that's a classic. That's in everyone's Blue Eyes opener. Dictator of D. Special summon pass. Okay. What does that do? Well, apparently we can't do anything here. And the Primite will come back to hand because we have Blue Eyes on the field. And that's going to be crazy good follow-up here. I mean, sure, if you have 2 copies of Effect Veiler, Fuvalos, and Ash Blossom, not that likely that you're going to have more plays in your hand. So that's kind of what we're capitalizing on here. Dictator of D is not something you usually see in Blue Eyes decks. I wonder what the use case for it is here, because even though they were able to use it, I didn't really quite see what it did for them. But okay. I did not stream yesterday. No, I did not stream yesterday. I was a little too busy with YCS Lil prep. The night before, I was up very late, and then I didn't feel like it. I'm sorry. Alright, I think Blue Eyes is probably going to be able to finish the game here. However, there is a response window here. So, judging from the cards we've seen, I mean, I would guess that they are either also on Blue Eyes, but it could also be like a Fiendsmith variation that usually plays a lot of those kind of cards. So a Bestial here wouldn't be the most unexpected thing. However, this is only 7,600 damage. So unless they have a way to add damage to this in the battle phase, this is not going to be game. And it isn't. 400 life points left. 2 cards in hand. And I mean, There's a drill beam and there is going to be a seal, so that's quite the tough ask, honestly, to play around with just 2 or what is about to be 3 cards. Definitely not easy. Definitely not easy. How scared of Lunalight are you for Lil? I think it's something you should respect. Like, your deck needs to have a win con against it. I don't think it needs to be like a really good matchup for you, but you should have a chance at least if they summon Liger. Alright, and we do not see a way to break through that Blue Eyes field with just 3 cards. I mean, I wasn't expecting them to be honest, because they also weren't able to play the previous turn, so it was unlikely that those cards were really good. That is going to be, I believe, the first game. Going to Tengen Toppa. What if they summon 2 Ligers? If they summon 2 Ligers, I think it's okay to lose. If they summon 2, that's okay to lose that. The OCG list just came out. We can take a look at that later together, and when the tournament is over, we can definitely take a look at it. Right now, we're gonna focus on the Challenger Cup, but I'm definitely interested in taking a look at that later. All right, the players have reassembled at the table and are ready for the next game. Is there siding? There's no siding, but players, I think, are able to submit 2 decks for the finals as well. All right, we start things off here pretty strong with a Max C on the side of Tengen Toppa. We do it in the draw phase immediately. However, that is possibly the best thing you could be seeing when you're playing the Fluanda Reese strategy. We're gonna Pot of Duality for an Eaglin. That is not a Robina, however. That is not a Robina. So do we have a second little bird to get our tribute summons going? We're gonna have an Apex in hand, but can we perform another normal summon? Do we have Robina already? We do have Robina already. That Max C not looking so hot. There's Stree. Deciding for Apex is interesting. Does maybe indicate an Empen in hand as well already? Tribute 2. And in fact, we do already have the Empen. So that's looking like basically the full Fluandery setup here for Ervez. And we're gonna have to play into that with 1 less card, because we did discard a Max C against the deck that never special summons. We're gonna go in for more summons here. I guess we can also maybe summon out the Apex Avian on top of all of this. Pot of Duality gets banished for Stree, and we additional normal. Do we tribute the Empen here? I've seen some lines where you tribute Empen and then you are able to summon it again. But that typically involves, I think, banishing the Empen for Stree and then adding it back with Pokan. Is what you usually do in those situations. So the way it's been done here, I mean, you can resummon it on the opponent's turn easily. We did play into Nibiru right now, which is funny, but we can negate it. I guess the Nibiru is still good here because it at least forces the Apex Avian 1 time. They can resummon it later potentially, but still, I mean, why not use it? I don't think it gets better than this. So we are going to be able to Nibiru the Fluanderese deck. That is not something you see every day. The Apex is going to negate it, but we still kind of like bait the Apex, so that's fine. Goodbye Nibiru. And Fluanderese has a total of 6 cards now, with, of course, the Fluanderese trap ready to go and a bunch of birds in rotation, basically all of them. So we'll see what deck we are playing here and how good it's going to be at pushing into this. I will say, if it's Blue Eyes again, that's going to have a good chance if you can Drill Beam the trap card. That's going to be tough here. Ooh, I think that's an end of main phase? Battle phase. Evenly matched, maybe? No. Oh, no, that's worse than evenly matched. Wait. Wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tangen Kaiman in the battle phase here, and the Fluanderese trap card, if I'm not mistaken, only works in the main phase. So literally all they have right now is this one set card, because I believe most of their hand is known. I think that's just a bunch of birds and Apex. We have a Book of Eclipse though, and that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough. Okay, perfect opener here for Fluanderese. I'm not gonna lie, that was really good. The Book of Eclipse is going to shut that Chandra down real quick. And now we are in main phase 2, which is a place that Tenpai never wants to be. And the Fluanderese trap is now gonna pop off. So things are looking good here for the Fluanderese deck. Funnily enough, a lot of other Yu-Gi-Oh decks would have really struggled with this situation, right? Your opponent has a Maxi, and the Biru, and the Sangan Kaiman. That's a pretty high quality hand, and we've only seen half of it. So, you know, Fluanderese is kind of a good call going into this game, it seems like. Robina grabs Tokan, and Tenpai has seen enough. Fluanderese wins. All right. Now, I believe that was game 2, unless we missed a very, very quick game 1. Unless we missed like a lightning speed game 1. I think these players are now headed into a game 3. So they should be coming back soon. If they're not coming back, then that means it was game 3 and Fluanderese took the match. But I think it would have been like a 2 or 3 minute game 1, because we started just like 2 minutes, like because I yapped a little bit before we went into the game. Maybe they did. Maybe that was game 3. Maybe it was a really quick game 1. Let me check real quick. Hervez. Oh, they did. Okay, it was game 3. My bad. Okay. Hervez wins the first match. Let's see what's going on between Nezu and TDP Trash. Let's see. Let me get the score. Nezu has a win. So far, I can only see a win from Nezu. So I'm assuming it's 1-0. I did not have Fluanderese taking down Tenpai on my bingo sheet for the season finals round 1, but here we are. Malice, White Rabbit, that's more like that. That was on my bingo sheet. That was definitely on my bingo sheet. Molcharmi Fuvalos gets hit by a Called by the Grave. Do we have the Maxi to follow things up here? Does not look like it. So Malice is... Oh, we do have it. Okay, we just decided not to drop it earlier there. It's gonna resolve because that Fuvalos... Because that Fuvalos lured out the Called by the Grave. Okay. And we see Gem Knights for the first time today. That's exciting. That's something I definitely wanted to see. We're seeing a Brilliant Fusion now at 3 in Master Duel. No more limited or banned sign anywhere on that card. So we're going to send a bunch of Gem Knights from the deck to the graveyard. We're going to trigger Neperim to bring itself back. We're going to use Hollow Core to send Gem Knight Fusion from deck to grave and summon itself. We're going to link into a Gem Knight Force, which is a very powerful card. It adds any Gem Knight card from deck to hand, and then it performs a Fusion Summon by even banishing from the grave. And we're mixing things with Fiendsmith here. Alright, Fiendsmith's Requiem is going to resolve as well. Fiendsmith's Lacrima. I mean, this is looking very, very good for Gem Knights because we know one of the set cards is a GWC, so that is not a disruption. So the only disruptions that Malice can even have here is this one set card and one card in hand. And I believe the this one is even a negate. When your opponent activates a card or effect while you control a Gem Knight Fusion monster, you can banish 3 Gem Knight cards from your grave, including this card, negate that effect. Yes. So we have one negate for... And they only have 2 cards that can even potentially be activated. So things are looking very, very good for the Gem Knight duelist here. Gem Knight Neperim gives you an additional normal summon. And that is going to be Gem Armadillo, which adds any Gem Knight monster from deck to hand. And that's going to be another copy of Neperim. Even though every single effect of it has already been used. So I wonder what they're going to be doing with that. First, we're going to bring back Engraver. This card, by the way, is very, very strong. You can send it from field to grave to special up to 3 non-rock gem monsters with different names from your extra deck and or graveyard, ignoring their summoning conditions. But you are locked into fusions if you do that, so I think that's why we're doing Fiendsmith things first. But the fact that Brilliant Fusion just casually summons this, and then it tags out into 3 monsters from your extra deck, while also sending 3 gem monsters from your deck to the grave with Brilliant Fusion is pretty strong. Here's a Fiendsmith's Desiree. And once I think once this Desiree is equipped with an equipped spell, it's basically checkmate, because then we can use Desiree to negate this set card, and we can use the Hollow Core to negate the card in hand. So we basically have it all checked if we have the Desiree equipped. First, I mean, we can also just use the Desiree to send the set card, force them to activate it now if they want to. It was Malice in the Mirror. That didn't do anything. Agnum Day is going to bring back the Desiree. And I think there's nothing now that's going to stop Nezu from taking down Malice, going second here with Gem Knight. I will say I would really like to see Gem Knights go up against Malice in a game where Max C is not involved, because Gem Knight is a really powerful and high ceiling deck, as you can see here. So I wonder if they had a chance in this game even if the Max C didn't resolve, because of course the Max C made it a lot easier here because Malice basically didn't put up any disruptions. So we're just essentially yeah, I mean, very, very dominant win here from Gem Knights with a little help from the sea. The Desiree is going to stop that GWC, because why not? What else are you going to negate with it? And then we are going to swing for easily enough damage. We have 15,000 damage. And the Desiree swings in for the last hit. And that will give Nezu the win here in top 128. 2-0 over TDP. All right. We see Gem Knights advance into the top 64. I am excited to see more of that later. We've got Dark against Captain Aris here. I do not know what the score between these two is, so I'm just going to reset it to 0-0, but that's probably not correct at this point. All right, we see Aris selecting second, which might not mean anything because it might just be game 2 or 3, and Dark might have decided to go first. Malice in Underground banishes Malice Dormouse, and we have a Molcharmy Meows in a 60-card deck over here. And the Molcharmy Meows is going to resolve. That is one of the better Charmies against Malice, actually. Malice Dormouse is going to banish Chessy Cat, and Chessy Cat is already going to give a second draw to that Meows. We're going to set and immediately activate MTP07 to search for March Hare. That way we can activate the Chessy Cat to banish that March Hare to draw 2 cards. So March Hare comes back to hand. And we're going to activate that March Hare, banishing the MTP07. All right. Now we're going to go for Link 2 with Cyber's Wicked, which indicates we have another special summon. That's going to be Gold Sarcophagus on Malice in the Mirror. Malice in the Mirror is going to banish Chessy Cat, and we're going to search White Rabbit. Oh, we haven't normal summoned. That's what it is. Okay. Normal summon White Rabbit. Set GWC. Link into Link Decoder. Now we're going to activate Cyber's Wicked to banish the White Rabbit and search for backup Ad Ignister. If we trigger this White Rabbit, that's going to be another draw for the Meows, so that's going to put the opponent on 7 cards in hand already. Activate backup, search for a Dormouse. Maybe we drew Wizard, and we discard that Dormouse. Link 3 into Malice Hearts Cryptor. Bring back Link Decoder. That's another draw. Make White Binder. And we're chaining GWC. That's going to be... It's so many Meows draws right now. Bring back Chessy. Draw another card. White Binder, banish Cryptor. Chain Link 1 White Binder. Chain Link 2 Cryptor. That's 2 more draws for the Meows. So Hearts Cryptor. White Binder. 11 cards in hand. Set GWC. Link Summon Appaloosa. Little late, but sure. Activate Magnamut. Banish March Hare. That's already activated, so we won't get it. Link Summon a Lingaribo. Activate Cryptor to recycle Malice in the Mirror. Banish the field spell. Link Summon Red Ransom to search that Malice in the Mirror to add it to the end board. 11 cards is a lot of cards. Wizard is going to make it 12. And Allied Code Talker is going to make it 13. 13 cards, drawing to 14. Has to shuffle in nothing because we set so many cards. And now we have a lot of cards in hand, and that's a Fairy Tale Snow hitting the graveyard for a Diabell Star. What kind of brew is this? A 60-card Tearlament with Diabell Star? Okay. Appaloosa is going to negate Havness. Are there Gem Knights involved here? Oh, Millennium is involved. Okay, Appaloosa is going to negate Seng Engine in hand. That is going to be the last Appaloosa negate, however. Okay, we have the other Millennium as well. That one's limited. We get Wedju Temple. Activate Wedju Temple. That's going to be a Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon. That can force the Allied Code Talker, which it will. That's going to negate and banish the Doomed Dragon. We activate Thrust. That gets ashed. Understandable. They're called by the grave yet? Not yet. Or they choose not to use it. We have grass in hand already. Uh-oh. Oh god, they're in danger. They are in danger. Trigger Sharon. Trigger Poplar. What else did we hit? Fiendsmith cards. Okay, we hit Fiendsmith. I mean, bah. A Druid's Worm in hand, of course. We knew that. That's good. That's going to hit the Sharon. So we can stop them from the Element portion potentially. But a Fairy Tale Snow is already in the graveyard. And we have a lot of cards in the grave. So that's going to be able to be summoned a bunch of times already. And we have Fiendsmith access. But there is Malice Whitebinder in the mix. That's always going to be tough. Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes, however, places Snake Idea Bellstar from hand. We also play that. Activate Snake Idea Bellstar. Place Snake Eye Ash. Bring that back. We got 4 bodies now. But there's also 4 set cards for the opponent. Activate Original Sinful Spoils. I wonder which level 1 fire we're going to summon. Is it Jet Synchron? Because can't be Snake Eye. Oh, it is Jet Synchron. Uh-oh. Yeah, they're playing every engine. We're linking into Moon of the Closed Heaven. Despite already having Fiendsmith cards in the graveyard, we're targeting the Druid's Worm with it. Sure. I doubt that's gonna come into effect, but Fiendsmith's Requiem. I mean, there's probably a second engraver in the deck, so that is something we're gonna be summoning here. Yeah. I wonder what we're going for next. We have the setup for a rank 6 as well, so we could see a Pilgrim Reaper maybe. That is exactly what we're seeing. A Pilgrim Reaper, and that is pretty big actually now. Ooh, was that 3 Lancias? They milled 3 Lancias. Okay. And they milled nothing basically. Oh, Protoss is in here. I mean, of course Protoss is in here. Who am I kidding? Yeah. Fiendsmith Engraver. Equip it with Requiem so we can send something to the graveyard. Malice is holding on to its potential disruptions until pretty late here. I mean, so far, it feels real. In this position, it feels very hard to interrupt the opponent early, quote unquote, because it seems like they have infinite material to keep going. So I guess you're trying to hit the eventual extra deck monsters they are going to make, like something like a Promethean Princess or something of the likes, or like a Fiendsmith Sequence potentially that we're seeing here. Deciding not to use the engraver to send something. We are using Infinite Impermanence on summon here, which I think is a heads-up play, because if you don't do that, then they could chain Fairy Tale Snow to banish it and dodge the Infinite Impermanence. We're following things up here with a Triple Tactics Talent. We're bringing back Lingeribo here by tributing Allied Code Talker, which is not something I've seen very often, but you can do that. And so we're gonna not give our opponent a big monster here. We're gonna give them a Druid's Worm. However, that Druid's Worm was summoned this turn, so it cannot switch to attack mode. It cannot switch to... Honestly, I think taking Lingeribo was pretty good here, because you could have negated a trap card later. Instead, we're taking a defense position Druid's Worm, and now that we're linking that off, we're overlaying with it. That's nice. That's heads up. Okay, another Infinite Impermanence onto that Zombie Vampire, though. Okay, how do we keep 34 cards in the graveyard, and access to Fairy Tale Snow is certainly something, though. But my question is, does this beat Malice? Because even though it looks like Malice has very few cards right now, a single GWC bringing back Whitebinder basically gives them like 6 cards. So we'll have to wait and see. There's Promethean Princess. This is a very good time for GWC because at the moment they cannot use Fairy Tale Snow. Promethean Princess does not allow them to summon anything that isn't fire, so Whitebinder can banish Snow right now. This is a very good timing to use the Whitebinder, and they do realize that. So they can banish 2 of their own cards and the Fairy Tale Snow right now if they want to, which I think is pretty good. They're banishing 2 of the opponent, actually. They're banishing Snow as well as Jet Synchron. And now we're going for Red Ransom. Red Ransom is going to banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit is going to be summoned back, as well as getting a card off of Red Ransom. And all of a sudden, this Tearlament Duelist, think about that for a second. They started their turn with 14 cards in hand. And they also opened Grass, Thrust, and Talent. And I think Malice is about to have more cards than the opponent. The only thing that's holding them back right now is the fact that the MTP07 is banished, so they can't access it right now. But at this point, yeah, we're going battle phase, and this is not going to be... Is it game? This is a lot of damage here. Over the Lingaribo is also a lot of damage because we didn't keep the field spell around, but we're clearing the board instead. Yeah, it's not game. 3,500 life points left to work with for Malice and 2 monsters staying on the field. We make Appaloosa 5 minutes until time. Let me grab the timer real quick, so I can tell you guys when it's time. Yeah, there's 5 minutes left. Now there's 5 minutes left. At the moment, Malice is obviously behind in life. We're making SP Little Knight. Do we use the effect? Because that would make us unable to attack. I think we can also just leave it here as a check for the Appaloosa. Because now, as soon as they use the Appo, we can chain SP to banish it. So unless there's a way to negate that, that's gonna be that's basically checking the Appo here. They're not using the effect. Activate Malice in Underground. And if this goes through and we can check the Apple with SP, that is going to be an incredible amount of card advantage. Banish Malice in the Mirror. Activate Malice in the Mirror. Banish Whitebinder. Add March here, which is another push. Activate Whitebinder. And now the question is, do we have to Appo this? We're not even chaining Appo? We're chaining Lacrima onto the Requiem. Draw a card for Whitebinder. And now Whitebinder is going to start banishing. We're just targeting Cryptor. We're ashing the Requiem. Trying to make things fast. Yeah. Ashes the Requiem. 3 minutes on the clock right now. 3 minutes on the clock. There's Cryptor, 5,000 attack. I mean, if they can connect here, it's gonna be a game easily. Whitebinder is gonna set GWC, so they have even a potential to get more life points. Battle phase. And I think Malice is gonna take it. I think Malice is gonna take it against a 15 or what was it, 14 or 15 card hand. Yeah. 15 cards in hand. Thrust, Talents, Grass. It was not enough. It was not enough. Malice takes down Hurlament, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith, Millennium. Did I forget something? I don't know. A lot of engines. But it's not enough. Okay. Well, that is the top 128 of the season finals. We are going to be back with the top 64 in just a second. We're going to go on a very short break since we are about to head into timeout anyways. So, very short break, and we're going to be back with the top 64 in just a moment. All right, duelists, we are now in the top 64 of the season finals, which means we have 64 duelists left in competition for this season finals or season champion title. Let's go into table 1 here. We've got T2 Doggy versus Justinian. The games have just started. Let's see what we're working with here for the top 64. So far, we've seen a little bit of Malice, but also a little bit of Fluanda Reese and some Tenpai. Let's see. Justinian selecting first here in the first game of top 64. However, a Lancia is activated in the draw phase, so they better not be on Malice, but they are on Malice. Okay, we're summoning a Link Decoder. Do we have the backup to play around the Lancia? We do, but there is a Max C in response. But there is an Ash Blossom. Okay, so now we'll get to see what Malice is capable of doing with backup at Ignister under Max C. So backup, of course, able to special summon itself because we control a Cybers that is summoned from the extra deck. We discard a Perulia, and now we're going to use the Wizard to bring back that Chessie Cat. Where do we go from here? It is still a lot of bodies, potentially. Are we gonna keep summoning? Or not? We see a Heart's Cryptor with nothing banished. Okay. Heart's Cryptor with nothing banished at this point. So this could be an allied code talker already. I've seen some people also include trans code talker. I wonder if that's for these sort of situations. We just banish a name with hair on their turn. Yeah, but I mean, they don't have a hair yet that we know of, right? They would have to go for like a red ransom to guarantee a hair. Red ransom into mirror is something we could still do. I assume that's going to be a red ransom, yeah. Still a lot of disruption into a 4-card hand. It is a pretty strong end board. I mean, considering the fact that we had Lancia and Mag C, this is definitely not something you were hoping to stare down with 4 cards in hand. We're going to see how it plays out here for T2 Doggy. They're going to go second here with 4 cards into Malice in the Mirror, banishing Ransom. That's going to banish Probably a white rabbit. Ooh, we start with Spenta the Megistus Sealer into a Zoroa. I believe this is likely to be Megistus Ryziel. I think that's, at least that's what people have been talking about. So we're gonna normal summon Zoroa here. And then we're going to activate Zoroa's effect. So what this does is it equips itself with usually an Artemis from the extra deck, which the Artemis would be able to search a card. But first, Zoroa, when it's equipped, when it becomes equipped, you can revive a Megistus from your graveyard. So what we're going to try to do is bring back the Spenta, which already gives you the setup for a rank 4. But that is going to be prevented here by Malice in the Mirror. So we're going to activate the ransom in the banished pile now after the Zoroa has been negated. That's going to summon itself back alongside potentially a white rabbit. Yep, the white rabbit is going to be banished here. And we're also going to add a Malice spell for follow-up. I'm not entirely sure why we negated the Zoroa after it was equipped with the Artemis, because now the Artemis is equipped and can search for another Megistus, which is not something that needed to happen, right? We could have just negated Zoroa when it attempted to equip itself. So we're basically giving our opponent a free search for the Artemis here, which essentially we're trying to prevent now by using the MTP07 early, but we didn't have to do that if we just negated it on summon. But alas, we're going to banish it here to stop the search. And that leaves the opponent with 3 cards in hand. We still don't know if it's actually Ryziel, but I think it's likely. This card called by the grave to special summon Ice Ryziel. This is, I guess, one of the things about this version of the deck. The Spenta is searching you Zoroa, which is a normal summon. Alright, we're going to use the Spenta Graveyard effect here to target a face-up monster you control and equip a Megistus monster from extra deck or graveyard to it as an equip spell. So the Artemis can still activate here, which is another thing worth pointing out. We could have prevented this from happening if we... because we banished the Zoroa on an open game state, we could have also just banished the Zoroa in response to the search effect of the Artemis. Alas, none of that matters here. Some slight mis-sequencing, but it's okay. It is not enough here to beat Malice, and Doggy does surrender here. The Lancia and the Maxi, unfortunately, not enough, and they will go down in the first game. Which, of course, is one of the things that the backup cards have added to the Malice deck. Now you just have inherently a couple of ways to beat Lancia if you draw the backup. You do have to draw the backup. If you don't draw the backup, then you're still very, very weak to Lancia. But just having those couple of cards in your deck that will make it so you can beat Lancia is pretty nice. Just not enough pushes in the Ryziel hand, I assume. I mean, Lancia, Maxi, Spenta, Ice Ryziel is a pretty respectable hand, to be honest, but they just had the perfect cards to beat it. All right, game 2. Now we have the ability to go first, so let's see if we bring that Ryziel deck again. And if so, let's see if it can win and what it can do going first here. We have a Max C this time around from the other side of the table, and it did resolve, I believe, so that potentially is rough. So I don't think we're going to see the Ryziel deck do its thing, which is also not a Ryziel deck anymore because it is Malice, but still, Malice also struggles against Max C a lot, so I wonder if this might actually end up being a relatively quick win for Justinian here, but I mean, it's of course too soon to say that. Malice White Rabbit. We could also still have like a Drollin Lockbird, of course, to deal with the Max C later. We're just gonna set pass here with the White Rabbit. Not a great time here for Doggy. We did get no draws off of this Max C here, so we're still operating on only 5 cards. We'll see. Malice March here is the first one we're activating, and we're banishing Malice in Underground for this. Okay. We're making an early Linger Rebo to try and play around that set card that we don't know about, because we drew 2 Malice in Underground. Okay. I guess we're very afraid of a Dominus Impulse is what that tells me. Which is to be expected because it is a Malice mirror match, so we didn't want to get Dominus Impulse when we banish like Dormouse or something. We do banish Malice in the Mirror for this. Malice in the Mirror onto the March here is going to search us a normal summon now, and that's going to be a Dormouse. And now we can get this March here back into the hand. However, we already used its special summon effect this turn. This was pretty weak to Ash Blossom, but of course we know the opponent doesn't have Ash Blossom because they let the Max C resolve. So it's fine to do... It's fine to make a play that is weak into Ash Blossom right now. Or Called by the Grave for that matter too, because they also didn't have that, obviously. A Malice in the Mirror is, however, a way to interact with this Dormouse without activating a trap card, but that's something at least. So we're banishing this Dormouse and bringing back the White Rabbit. However, this still is 2 bodies, so a potential Splash Mage is still on the table if they want to keep going. However, that now would require you to link off the Linger Rebo, and then you would really struggle into a potential Dominus Impulse. There's no trap in the grave. But we do need more... We definitely need more interruption here, otherwise a Splash Mage is still looking very, very good. There's Splash Mage. Does that resolve, or do we have the Dominus Impulse? It resolves. That's rough. If the White Binder hits the board, we are in trouble, I think. Splash Mage into White Binder is, I think, the only option here. I think making Red Ransom after you've already used Underground is not really that great. But, it's still going to be able to set us a trap card that we can potentially immediately activate by banishing the White Binder. So, like, if they play, what's it called? If they play TB11, that'd be very good. But also Dormouse hasn't activated its effect yet, right? So like we're gonna be getting to 3 monsters here. Actually, no, we're not getting to 3 monsters because We have normal summoned already. We've already used March here. We have no Malice in the graveyard right now, so even GWC would not have given us a name. I could also just see making access code, honestly. Access code banish Whitebinder, that's already a lot. Access code was game, right? If we had set GWC. If we had GWC, we could just go access code, banish Whitebinder, bring back Whitebinder, pop some stuff, attack, and then in battle phase, GWC, banish Whitebinder, bring back Whitebinder, right? But we didn't go for GWC, we went for MTP07. Okay, now we activate the MTP07. We don't want it popped by access code. And they ash that. So they were prepared for a potential max C as well, and that is going to be it. We've seen enough. We concede, and Justinian moves on with a very, very dominant 2-0 victory into the top 32 already. Very quick win here. Let's see what's going on at table 2 here between Jordan and Ivy. But let me see if there's already a win here, or if they're still in game 1. Ivy has won a game. Oh, it's actually game 3 already. Okay, this is game 3. They seems like they also had some pretty quick games. We are already in the 3rd game between these two here. Any mermail so far? No mermail so far. Ooh, we see the new field here for Jordan. I like that one. I like the autumn field. Normal summon Primite here in game 3 going first. Setting Ether Barrel, activate Lordly Load. Search for another Primite. Make Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Activate Mausoleum. Send Blue Eyes. Activate Blue Eyes. Do we have another normal summon, or are we just gonna do Primite things? We have Neo Kaiser Seahorse. And we go for Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. And now we're going to send Maiden of White. We're going to activate Load, call Blue Eyes. Bring back Maiden. And set. Okay, we're not going to make the Spirit. Presumably because we need this normal monster for the Drill Beam. Dragon's Mind is going to negate and destroy the Dark Blade. Destroying it, however, is risky because that's going to make stuff like Memento Infusion a lot stronger. But still, playing through Drill Beam and Hieratic Seals is no joke with 4 cards in hand for Memento, no normal summon available. That's going to be tough because, of course, yeah, you can use Memento Fusion now to shuffle back from the grave, but are you going to resolve that Memento Fusion against the Drill Beam? I don't know. A Ultimate Slayer here is going to target Hieratic Seal of the Heavenly Spheres. Chain Dragon's Mind? So that we can now chain seals. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. So that's going to give us a dragon from the deck. However, can that dragon from the deck be a disruption? Or is it just going to be like a Magnamut for follow-up? Or do we play... Maybe we play something. Maybe we play like a target for seals that's really good. Like a Koakimeru Drago or something like that. That'd be really strong. Of course, the Ferrijit can also still trigger for Memento here. So we're going to be able to redraw. Draw 1, put 1 back. Improve the quality of cards a little bit. And then Seals is going to bring out something. Do we play a target for it? We do play Koakimeru Drago. Okay, that's tough. I mean, Memento has ways to play around it. Like, not everything is light or dark in that deck, but that's tough. We have the Memento Tatsunoto Shigo, which is an earth monster, so we can use that. But it still is not very good against Drago, because I honestly don't even think they have to drill beam this right now, because if it sends Gaddick, that is a dark. But still, drill beam on that is going to be enough, and so the Koakimiro Drago is going to end the turn here for Memento. And let's see if Blue Eyes can finish the job on this turn. I think so. However, they have to get rid of their own Koakimiro Drago, right? Because if as long as the Koakimiro Drago stays there, they can't summon more Blue Eyes, but they are obviously just able to link it off here. They play Cross Sheep, probably because they play the Koakimiro Drago is why they put that Cross Sheep into the deck. True Light is placed by Maiden, and now I think it's just a matter of a couple of steps for them to finish off this game. Set Wishes. Why didn't they reset Drill Beam? Probably because they're just going for game anyways. And they didn't, like, you know, well, yeah. Yeah, resetting Drill. I mean, maybe they wanted the space in the spell trap zone first. But now I think Wishes, equip the Blue Eyes, make Tyrant. Tyrant triggers Cross Sheep. Reviving something should easily be enough damage to win the game. There's Tyrant, there's Cross Sheep. That can even, you can bring back the Ether Barrel here, but we're bringing back Koakimiro Drago. That even makes Nibiru not a threat anymore. And that is going to be game. And Blue Eyes takes down Memento here, going first in the top 64. And that is going to bring Jordan into the top 32. It's nice to see Blue Eyes clashing with Memento here, even though, of course, Malice is the best deck. I like seeing some Blue Eyes versus Memento gameplay. Let's check in with Scar and Alphings here at table 12. We start with Malice in Underground. Maxi is chained. And Maxi resolves. Okay, that's going to be tough for Malice. We're going in for the Chessy Cat. We get ashed on it though. Normal summon backup Adignister. Search for March here. Discard a second copy of Underground. Link 3 for Malice Red Ransom. Gets impermed on that, so no Malice in the mirror for you. Set 1 pass. Alright. So we've spent a lot of cards, but nothing. Okay, the Maxi at least. The counter Maxi, but nope. The crossout is there. Okay. And now the Chessy Cat banishes March here. Draw 2. Bring back March here to hand. Gold Sarcophagus. Banishes Dormouse. We have Dominus Impulse on that, but I doubt that's enough. Knowing that there's a March here in hand. Because we know the last card in hand now is... I think also a March here? Yeah, the backup search the March here. There's the Apo to counter that March here, and I think it's just a matter of a couple of steps before Alphynx wins this game, which I don't know if it's the third game of the series, but it's not unlikely, seeing how there's not that much time left. March here gets negated by Appaloosa, and now it's just a couple of steps. Yeah, this is just game. The hard scripter can banish itself in the battle phase and then summon back and then attack twice, basically. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's 75. Yeah, the hard scripter alone is game. Or use the GWC, that also works. Gain 2300, pay 900 for Cryptor. And that's going to be more than enough to win this game for Alphynx. Which, if it is game 3, then that means they're going to advance into the top 32. All right. Well, player 2 resolved Max C and then negated player 1's Max C, which is sometimes how the cookie crumbles, I suppose. Go in between Sean and Chaos Slime. Pot of Extravagance. Not something you see every day. Special summon Fenrir. Search for Unicorn. Looks like it might actually just be Kashtira. Ooh, Kashtira Regenesis. Okay. Adding Regenesis Archfiend with Regenesis. Now we reveal the Unicorn because it has 2500 attack. We special summon Regenesis Archfiend, and that is going to search for Regenesis Birth. We're setting 2. We're activating the Deer Servant. Sending Earth Golem ad Ignister. Why are we sending Earth Golem ad Ignister? Or Nadir Servant? Why not like I guess we can't send Bucephalus anyways because Extravagance. Or we just banished stuff, yeah. Wait, wow! That's a problem. That is a big problem. It's Centurion. Centurion with Evenly Matched. That's a special brew. Haven't seen that in a long time. I guess that's what they're choosing to play for going second right now. We search Wake Up Centurion with Primera. We already have the field spell. Discard Trudea to place from the spell trap from the deck another Trudea. We set a card into the same column. We can't be done, right? We're not done. What? We're done? Why are we done? Wait, no act. Oh! I forgot. that checks out. Okay, it seems like they're trying to end the main phase here to attack the Primera, but we're not going to let them do that. We're going to summon out Rudea here, and then we're going to use Stand-Up Centurion to quick synchro. And this set card at the moment is negated by Infinite Impermanence as well, so we don't have to be scared of that. We're going to summon Centurion Legatia, which is going to threaten to draw a card and destroy the Unicorn. However, that could potentially open up more Kashtira plays because we now have an open board again. But like, I mean, there's only one more Unicorn, and actually not the case here because Fenrir is also banished face down. End phase, Centurion Legatia is going to place a Centurion from the graveyard into the spell trap zone. We're going to get back a Primera for next turn. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's looking very, very good for going second Centurion with evenly matched here. I did not expect that in the top 64, and even less did I expect it to move on into the top 32, but things are looking good for this deck right now. Primera is going to fetch Centurion Bonds, which is the one that places Centurion from the graveyard, so we're going to regain access to that Rudea. Yeah, massive evenly matched here. Wake Up Centurion is going to summon a token. We're going to select level 4, so we're going to see the Centurion Primera Primus here most likely, which is going to add an Emblema card. Centurion Primera Primus. Add an Emblema card from your deck to your hand. Then you can destroy 2 cards, 1 on each field. So that is going to be able to also destroy that face down card. So we can find out what that is. They basically have to chain it now, otherwise it will get popped. And it looks like it will get popped. So search Emblema Oath. It was a super poly. Could they not have chained that? Ah, maybe they lost the target from the extravagance. Maybe they lost the super poly target for the extravagance there. Emblema Oath is going to place Centurion Atri, which is now going to be able to special summon itself and then draw a card because this in the graveyard. And we've seen enough. Centurion with a clutch evenly matched takes down Chaos Slime here in the top 64, presumably in the last game. So I think they're moving on into the top 32. Impressive stuff. Did not expect Centurion today, and pleasantly surprised. Okay. Nightfall versus Nezu, a T2 versus T2 match going on down here still. Let's jump in. It's relatively late into the round, so I think they're on probably in game 3. With Nightfall going first. Dormouse gets hit with Imperm. Make Link Decoder. Activate March here. Banish Dormouse. Ransom. Chain 1 Ransom, Chain 2 Decoder. Gets another Imperm out of Nezu. Set GWC, activate GWC. Ransom. Banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit brings back. Set MTP. Make Appaloosa. Make Splash Mage. Make White Binder. Banishes the Imperms as well as the March Hare. March Hare jumps back to hand. We're setting GWC from the graveyard. And we're passing. Alright, double Imperm has made the board a little smaller at least. Gem Knight Dispersion adds Gem Armadillo. Normal summon Gem Armadillo, which gets negated by Appaloosa. That was trying to add a gem card. A Gem Knight monster, rather. Battle phase, try to attack over the Apple, but we are going to non-target banish that with MTP 07. Main phase 2, activate Brilliant Fusion. Then 3, summon Master Diamond Dispersion, rather. Activate Neperim, activate Quartz. So I guess we really needed to go to the battle phase, and honestly, funnily enough, I think what we were really... I like this because what we were trying to bait was actually the MTP 07 because we cared about the non-target banish on the Brilliant Fusion. We made it seem like what we really cared about was the Appaloosa by going into the battle phase and trying to attack it, which prompted the opponent to activate the MTP, but that's what we really cared about was the MTP 07 because the Appaloosa doesn't actually stop the Brilliant Fusion. It was the MTP that we needed to get rid of. Activate another copy of Dispersion because it has multiple effects and you can use each effect once. And now we can activate a Gem Knight Fusion to bring it back from the grave. We basically use the Quartz second effect to fuse into a Seraphonite. And then we make Moon. Now we are pivoting into Fiendsmith. Now once again, because we haven't used this effect to tag out into 3 fusion monsters, we are not locked into fusions yet, so we can do some Fiendsmith things. We make Sequence for Lacrima. Lacrima brings back Engraver. Now we activate March here, presumably because we're scared of Izar. But here's the thing, we are making a board in main phase 2. So I mean, there's a lot of cards on the field here in main phase 2 that Gem Knight potentially has to get rid of. I don't know how good the Gem Knight abilities to clear the board are, but I guess we're finding out soon. There's an Agnum Day. Sequence is going to equip to the Engraver. The Engraver is going to get rid of one of the monsters. Goodbye, March Hare. We make Abawaq, the Lightless Shadow. Discard 1, banish itself to revive Agnum Day. Now we can make Appaloosa because Agnum Day is a link 3. We banish Phantom Quartz to bring back Gem Knight Fusion to the hand. And now we tag out with Master Diamond Dispersion. We're bringing back Seraphonite. Oh, that's all we do. Okay. I don't know if that's enough. Malice still looking mighty fine here. Gem Knight Hollow Core is going to negate Malice in the Mirror, so the Appaloosa can go through. Now we activate Dormouse. Chessie Cat in the banished pile is going to return. Activate Chessie. Banish Dormouse. Draw 2. Activate Dormouse. A lot of bodies for Malice. We're summoning SP without effect. Of course, this now checks the Appaloosa here. Access Code Talker. Probably gonna try to destroy that with the Abawaq. Chain SP, target. Okay, but that now can still destroy the Access Code Talker. Okay, Firewall. Chain Effect Veiler on Firewall. Chain Firewall to bounce the Apo. Which they are not gonna negate because maybe, I mean, Negating here would just leave the Apple with 0 attack anyway, so you might as well get it back into the extra deck. Hearts Cryptor and Wizard. Oh, they definitely have it. Oh, yeah. I Meet You as well. Search for backup Adignister. Backup Adignister. Searches for March here, which we also haven't used yet this turn. Discard Roll and Lockbird. Activate March here. Banish Whitebinder. Activate Whitebinder. Draw a card. Banish some stuff. Cryptor effect to non-target banish. Gets rid of Seraphinite. Link into Allied Code Talker. That's gonna bring back Ransom. Doesn't look like enough damage. Just quite, but like it's still probably good enough. 1400 life points left. SP returns the Gem Knight Lady Rose Diamond. We have Fiendsmith follow up in the graveyard, but okay, Max C, nice. Yeah. All right. Malice takes down the Gem Knight deck here. It was almost an impressive showing from Gem Knight. I feel like that was an interesting game at least. But Malice ultimately too powerful here. It seems like this was not the third game actually, because these two duelists are still going at it here on table 14. So it seems like that was game 2 actually. It seems like we have another game to be played between these two duelists. And this time around, it is going to be Nezu going first in what I'm pretty sure is game 3 now. That was a pretty long game too, so I understand why they're still going. All right, Gem Knights are going first here. Gem Knight Dispersion for Gem Armadillo. That gets hit with an infinite impermanence. And that's gonna prompt a pass. Oh no, that's not looking good. Ah, but it's not Malice this time around. We are actually going for an X Ryziel here, which a Max C is gonna respond to. And that Max C resolves. Okay, so Ryziel is really gonna have to make a call here how much they want to commit. Are they gonna commit for game? Are they just gonna make one detonator? Seems like we're going in because we're normal summoning Ice, special summoning Star, and setting Cross. Cross is activated. We now overlay for Duo Drive, drawing another card for the opponent. We ash this Duo Drive, which is pretty strong because if they can't negate this with Cross, basically. Now we special Sword. Sword is going to search for Ice. That's going to make Dugares. Dugares is going to double the attack of a monster. Okay, that's going to prompt an infinite impermanence. Gonna negate the Dugares like that. Now activate Ryziel Cross to draw a card. Activate 7th Tachyon, reveal Masquerade, search for Star. That's another extender. Special Star by detaching from Duo Drive. Make full armored Utopic Ray Lancer. Special Ice. Lancia in the end of main. Another Lancia. I think they're just showing off what they have because I don't think those change anything. Now we Nibiru, but the Ryziel Cross is going to negate the Nibiru. Battle phase. I think this is enough because of this card's ability to attack twice. Uva. They're just showing all the nice things they had. Nah, this is it's not easily game. It was a little over. All right. And Nightfall takes down Nezu here with the Ryziel deck because the Gem Knight deck unfortunately wasn't able to really show what it was worth here because we just passed to one infinite impermanence in the top 64. And that is going to mean the end of our top 64. I'm going to be back with the top 32 in just a moment. I hope everyone is enjoying the show so far of the summer season finals. We'll be right back with the next round of Top Cut, so don't go anywhere. It's just going to be a few minutes because we're basically very close to timeout, and I'll see you guys soon. All right, duelists. We are here with 32 players left, and I've also just gotten my my lunch. Top 32, ready to go. Let me select a table. Let's go in here. Table 4, Scarlon versus T2 Dominic. Sounds good. Let's begin. Top 32 means 5 more matches in total until we crown our summer season champion. And here we see Scarlon going first. Let's see what we're working with. We're working with a fusion deployment in a 60-card deck here. We're being hit with a Molcharmi Fuvalos here, however. That is going to hurt. We're going to reveal Grangunol. We're going to summon a Cartesia. We're going to activate Thrust to set Fusion Duplication. Set 1, set 2, pass to the Fuva here. Alright. Well, an Infinite Impermanence is going to shut down that Cartesia real quick, though. Max C, in response to the normal summon of Chessy Cat, is going to resolve as well, though, however. So, Malice is going to have to make a decision here how hard they want to push into that Max C. The answer, not very hard. Not at all. Ooh, we draw and we immediately pass, however. No monster to fuse with here for the Cartesia, maybe? And now that Chessy Cat is really popping off. I wonder, however, we could have also just maybe attacked the Chessy Cat, but... I mean, we know there's a March Hare in hand, right? Did we know there was a March Hare in hand? Yeah, we did. I don't know if that was good. Not looking great for Branded here. I don't see a great setup for them. Ooh. Super Poly, however. This card's branded in white. That really wasn't the greatest draw. But okay. You know, getting rid of those 2 Malice names on the field's not the end. It's not the worst thing. Garura here as well is another monster that now the Cartesia can fuse with. So this is something that potentially could end up being a couple of disruptions for Branded, because we can fuse the Cartesia and the Garura to make the Grand Guignol and then actually like draw a card and also go into some other things. Is there a Dominus Impulse to stop this Cartesia from fusing, however? There is a Dominus Impulse, of course, with a trap in the graveyard as well. So the Cartesia is also going to be destroyed. That is one of the advantages of starting with Malice P Chessy Cat. You're going to draw a bunch of cards, in this case even 4 cards over the course of 2 turns. So you are much more likely to see those kind of cards like Dominus Impulse that are so powerful. And now we know for Branded, we know there's one a copy of Fusion Duplication, which can only copy, I think it can copy Fusion Deployment, but what are you really doing with that? Realistically, not really gonna offer you much in this state. It could be a disruption if you had a card in hand, because you could summon Albaz, I believe, with it. But since we have no discard for an Albaz, that wouldn't really do anything. Okay. Oh! We can also obviously copy Super Poly. I forgot about that. Wait a second. We can copy Super Poly and we don't have to discard for it because we're only copying the effect. We're not copying the cost. I did miss that. What target are we playing for that? What are we cooking here? We can only fuse away 2. Do we play 2 Garuras? No, we play Earth Golem at Ignister. Okay. All right. We have Malice and Underground to keep going. It just doesn't stop. Does he know about no damage effect? I mean, yeah, we are gonna survive. I get that, but is there much of a point for that? We are gonna battle phase now. Like, I'm looking at the amount of cards that Malice has, and I'm looking at the amount of cards that Branded has, and I'm just not sure if surviving this turn is gonna make a meaningful difference. Yeah, we're gonna get Cartesia back in the end phase if they don't banish it with Whitebinder, which they probably will. Because this Splash Mage is probably going to lead to a Whitebinder. That's the thing, right? You guys are saying, like, the Predaplant Trifo Veritum, or whatever it's called, that needs 3 Dark Monsters would have been a lot more impactful here. Ooh, that's a nice call by. But Branded already has limited X-ray space. It's very tight. So the fact that they even fit, like, multiple Super Poly targets like the Garura and the Earth Golem is already impressive. So we have a Garura, nothing else. Branded Fusion off the top, and then hope for no Ash Blossom, no Impulse. Cartesia is something. And there goes Cartesia. Let's see it. Branded Fusion. I think Branded Fusion is the only card that can do it here. Anything else? Yeah, no, it's not Branded Fusion. It was not Branded Fusion. And therefore, we surrender to the Malice. And Dominic takes game 1 in this top 32. 1 step closer to the top 16. Scarlon is going to have to win 2 games in a row now in order to advance. But who knows? It is possible. It is possible. They can choose first now if they want to. They can start the game. They did start the last game too, though, but I guess the Fuva was really good against that hand. So we'll see. All right, game 2. If Dominic wins, they already advance into the top 16. Or are we gonna get to a 3rd game if Scarlon wins? Normal summon, Memento and Dark Blade. Okay, I vibe with that. Memento and Branded. What a sick lineup. Dark Blade effect is going to be hit with an infinite impermanence. Do we have one of those multi-ways for Memento to push through this? Yes, we have Bone Party. Bone Party gets ashed, however. That's tough. That's a good combo against Memento. Do we have another response? For now, that's gonna resolve. Now we're gonna activate Memento Fusion in a new chain. Okay. And that is a huge extender here. That's probably gonna mean full combo, even if there is another interruption. Unless Dominus Impulse. That would have been perfect here. Actually, another Imperm here is pretty tough. Another Imperm here is pretty tough. Oh, there is one. Oh. Okay. We still have disruption for the opponent's turn here. Memento Fusion, destroy Twin Dragon, get Bone Party, revive Akihiron and Darkblade. Oh, you don't even have to search. Yeah, actually, searching Mictlan is better. Reviving Akihiron and Darkblade here, and then activating the field spell, and then using the field spell to set Bone Party from the grave is already a decent amount of disruptions. We can even do more than that. You could make Verte Anaconda here if you play it. Verte is pretty strong here. Yeah. And there's Verte Anaconda. Verte Anaconda is going to be able to send Memento Infusion from the deck to the graveyard. We're going to be able to fuse from the graveyard, shuffling back 3 to make combined Creation King. And then we can send 3 from deck to the graveyard. So playing through Ash Imperm here. Gonna activate the Mementolan Creation King. That's gonna send 3. I think the Akihiron is gonna find its way back into the graveyard. And then we also want to do probably Anguish is pretty strong here, because you can revive it in the opponent's turn. So I like Anguish. Anguish, Akihiron, and then the third one can be anything, I think. Yeah. End phase, activate Mictlan, reset Bone Party. And that's gonna be... Actually, I don't know if I like Bone Party. I think Memento Infusion was better there to reset. Because the Bone Party is not actually going to... the Bone Party is not actually going to do... to be a disruption here. Because we already have Creation King on the field. That's the only interruption that Bone Party gets you to. Via Sleepy. Okay, it is Malice again. Vanishing White Rabbit. Chaining Bone Party gets hit with another copy of Ash. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, now here's the thing. There are ways for Memento here to get to a Dark Blade with a discard, I believe. Let me think about that. Creation King, no. So, okay, this is going to be a big gamble. If this set is a Malice Trap card, this could potentially be the end. It's not a Malice Trap. Okay, that's huge. That is huge for Memento here. Memento Miklan and Akihiron are going to trigger. And at this point, Memento has perfect follow-up here. Memento instantly wins next turn. And Dominic sees that and surrenders here. So double Imperm, double Ash, not able to stop Memento. And honestly, I mean, ultimately, all it really took to beat the Malice this time around was one pop. It was a singular pop that was the end to their turn there. And that is going to equal the score and get us into a third game. So the question is, I mean, Dominic has played Malice twice now. We know Scarlon has Branded as well as Memento. Which deck do you pick going second here? Presumably going second in the third match. Do you trust Branded more or do you trust Memento more against Malice? I don't know, honestly. I think they both seem to have a difficult time against Malice going second, I think, because the graveyard banishes and non-target banishes are so good versus both of those decks. But I guess we'll see. We'll find out. Dominic will be going first here. And there is a Dormouse, so it is unsurprisingly Malice again for Dominic. Actually, I can just check the deck size. It is 43 cards. I believe Branded was 60, so we are looking at Memento, I think. Memento versus Malice going second. I can tell you I've played this matchup a lot from the Memento perspective, and it is not easy at all when they get to combo, which it looks like they are about to do. And the reason it's so hard for Memento, I mean, outside of the fact that the Ryziel board is incredibly strong, but like specifically hard for Memento is the fact that Malice's Disruption are mostly banish focused and non-targeting banish at that. So something like normally what you do when your opponent tries to, like, let's say you summon Tatsuno Toshigo and your opponent tries to interact with it, you chain like Bone Party or Goblin Biker Grand Breakout or Memento Infusion to dodge those interactions. But because the banish is non-targeting, that doesn't work against Malice, because when you, like, let's say you chain Bone Party, destroy your Tatsuno Toshigo, summon an Anguish instead, they just banish that and you don't get to use the effect. So that's why the Malice interactions are so strong against Memento specifically. Which is why I'm actually even surprised to see it here going second, but I guess they must think the Branded deck is even worse going second, maybe? I mean, it has a smaller chance of drawing cards like Maxi, so I would assume that's the reason. We see the Cyber's Wicked line here, which is basically an improvement over the previous line where you make Appaloosa early. We're still going to see an Appaloosa, but a little bit later down the line. Here's the ransom. And now you can get Nibiru here once this Chessy Cat comes back. However, you still have the backup Adignister in hand. So if you get Nibiru here, you can still make Link Spider and then keep playing. Draw 2 for Chessy Cat. And now you can make an Appaloosa. And then you keep playing with the backup Adignister. No. We're committing even more before we Apple. Okay, now a Nibiru would be. I mean, as long as the wizard is still in hand, the Nibiru is still not turn ending. Okay, why did we summon the backup before making the Apple now if we're not using the backup for the Apple? Well, activate GWC, banish White Binder to resummon probably Ransom, gain 2300 life points, then White Binder, draw a card. We still haven't gone through Wizard, so what we can do here next is going to be the mind game. Do they have Ash and Nibiru? Are you gonna Appaloosa this Ash plot? Never mind, no mind game needed. Just cross it out, fine. We just cross it out, so if they have Nibiru, we still have Appaloosa for that. That makes that decision a whole lot easier. Ash gets crossed out. White Binder resolves. We draw a card. We're gonna reset GWC with the White Binder. We're probably gonna make Heart's Cryptor. And then we can summon the Wizard and make Allied Code Talker. So Allied Code Talker is going to summon back 2 or 3 from the grave. Actually 2, right? Ransom and Binder. And pass. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I do not see myself ever breaking this board with memento cards, but maybe Garlon can prove me wrong. That is not going to help the cause. Mementoling Goblin. Gonna Apo negate. This is the most annoying combo because you're summoning another goblin, which isn't gonna... Why are we negating that? They already used goblin. You're scared of another goblin? I don't think it's gonna matter, to be fair. Why not? I mean, you're opening yourself up to like potential interruptions like talents or evenly now that you've used the allied code talker. I agree it's probably not going to matter, but it's not optimal, I don't think. Would increasing the life points cost balance the deck? Yeah, if they had to pay like 8,000 life points for each of their effects, then maybe. Alright, set one pass after we also got ashed on the Bone Party, just for good measure. We still had the non-target... I mean, the ash wasn't even necessary. We have non-target banishes for days still, and we have Appaloosa once more. So there was no combination of cards for Malice there that wins the game for Memento, especially through a Max C. And Malice is going to take down Scarlon here. Nothing more that needs to be done. We have the negate from the allied code talker, so even any potential card in the hand will not be able to activate. We don't even need to summon 5 times here. So 9,900 damage on the board without even summoning, and we are going to go to the battle phase. And that is going to be the win for Dominic. And Dominic is going to go on to the top 16. We say goodbye to the branded plus Memento lineup from Scarlon. It was not strong enough to take down Malice here in the top 32. All right, let's see what else is going on. We have Luca here, 2025 world champion, going up against Abo. Let me just quickly check what the score is between those two. Abo has a win I can only see one win from Abo. I cannot see a win from Luca. So maybe they are in game 2 right now. But honestly, it's been a while. So maybe it's just not in the list anymore. We'll see. This might be game 2, but it might be game 3 as well. I don't know. But Luca is going first here. And is being hit with a Molcharmi Fuvalos, but ashes it. Of course, Luca was playing Malice at Worlds, so I would be surprised if it was anything else. And there is the Dormouse banishing the March here. We out, I fear. Oh, is it game 3, Abo? Is it game 3? Because I only saw one game in the replay list because it was too long. Yep, okay. Well, let's see how it goes. Did we see a Malice player lose while going first? We've seen one who got max seed. Yeah. And then they lost. Oh, we're live now. I feel like I've seen this board before. Actually, no, never mind. It was different that last game was different because the Allied Code Talker was over here and the Appaloosa was over here. It was basically flipped. It was mirrored. It was a different board. My bad. I was tripping. Solemn Warning on Brilliant Fusion. Okay. Another Brilliant Fusion. Easy clap. Once per turn anyways. Oh, okay. Never mind. I mean, now there's an Appaloosa and an Allied Code Talker and a GWC. Oh, well. No, not the hard draw Gemini Fusion. Not even negated by Called by the Grave because it points to a monster. So yeah, I think Abo is out. I think it's enough. Luca, stop playing with your food. All right, Luca advances to the top 16 with Malice. Go in between Joey, Kuzan, and Justinian. Normal summon backup is not a sign of strength, so we do hit it with infinite impermanence. Set to pass. Ash on Chessy Cat. Normal Dormouse. Imperm Dormouse. Chain MTP. I think it's about to happen, y'all. I think we are going to see a Malice player lose going second. To Malice. Yeah, they should have drawn... I guess they should have drawn a Malice card. Yeah, that was kind of odd of them to decide not to draw a Malice card in their Malice deck. All right, the deck that can take down Malice is Malice. Congratulations, Malice. I think we're gonna go on a short break before the top 16 now. Yes, we are almost in timeout. Congratulations to all the duelists that made it into the top 16. I will be right back with the top 16 games for you guys. Don't go anywhere. And once again, I hear all the people that are asking for the OCG list reaction. We're going to take a look at that once the tournament is over. I'll stay on a little bit longer so we can take a look at that together. But for now, let's look at the top 16 in a moment. All right, and here we are with the top 16 duelists. At this point, I think we've seen most of these at some point already. I'm looking for a pairing where maybe we haven't seen either of the players yet. And I'm looking at table 7 here. I think VODs versus Karuiko. I don't think we've seen either of these duelists today so far. So let's put some spotlight on the people we haven't spectated a single time yet. Let's see what we're working with here. Very few Ryziels so far, I will say. Has selected going second. Uh-oh. Gem Knights, Tenpai, Ryziel. Okay. Ask and you shall receive, I suppose. Max C on resolution. Gets hit with Called by the Grave, though. This is my favorite music to get Tenpai OTK to, by the way. Okay, 3 material detonator before the cross is on the field. Okay, now the cross is there. Alright, we do negate the maxi, but we don't actually pop off that hard. But a 4 material detonator with a cross behind it is still something. Let's see what we're working with. We're working with a heavy storm. That's a good start. And it is Gem Knights. It is not Tenpai. Okay. Gem Knight Neperim. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add a Gem Knight card from your deck to your hand. Also, any effect damage your opponent takes during the main phase this turn is half. I think Detonator is pretty good against Gem Knight, however. But not if it's negated, actually. It's a lot worse if it's negated. There's still 3 cards left in hand, and there's also still an aggregator under the detonator. So that is something that at any point, even a negated detonator can detach aggregator to try and negate something on a new chain, which could matter at some point. I don't know. And also there's 3 cards left in hand that could be interruption. I think Ash Blossom is a very good card against Gem Knight. So we're gonna go for Gem Knight Dispersion. We get the extra normal summon for a gem monster right now, which I think is a good opportunity to maybe use Detonator. Because if you detach Aggregator now and they normal summon like the gem, the one that searches, the Armadillo, we can Aggregator that. Could be a possibility. So we choose to do that. We negate the Neperim. We target the Neperim with Detonator, but it's negated, and then we detach the Aggregator, and there is Gem Armadillo, which we can now hit with the Aggregator as Chainlink 2. But is that enough? Because there's still Dispersion in hand, and we now also have the material to go into a Link 2. I think they're still going to need some help from hand here. The Ryziel player, I mean. But, of course, something like a combination of, like, Effect Veiler plus Ash Blossom or something like that is going to make quick work of this, right? Because you can Effect Veiler the Link 2, which is also, funnily enough, not big enough to deal with the Detonator. But we'll see. They have something, but that could also just be the Detonator response window. Ash Blossom on the Gem Knight Phantom Quartz. Okay, that is a lot worse than an Effect Veiler here for a couple of reasons. First of all, we don't know now no longer have Ash Blossom for this, and we also not negating the effect of this means they can still use the other effect, right? You can pay 1,000 life points, fusion summon a Gem Knight by shuffling its materials from Graveyard Banishment into the deck. So that is something we can still do. Dispersion is going to add Gem Knight Quartz, and Gem Knight Quartz is going to set Brilliant Fusion, which we no longer have Ash Blossom for. And we scoop. Okay. Gem Knight takes down Ryziel here in the top 16, game 1. Well done. Nice to see a Gem Knight blind second strategy as well working out here for the player. All diamonds are gems, but not all gems are diamonds. That's very deep. Very deep. All right. Karuhiko is up a game. And one step closer to being in the top 8. It's weird now, right? Because you imagine this, right? You just lost to Gem Knights. You can choose going first or second now in the second game, but what do you do? Because they blinded second in the first game. So, are you comfortable just picking first now, or like what are you? What are we doing? I guess it depends what other deck they have. Maybe if they have something that's really good at going first, then they could still just go first. I guess we're about to find out. You queue Tenpai and go second, obviously. I mean, yeah, if you have Tenpai available, then that would be an option. Yeah, you could just pick Tenpai and go second. But I don't actually know if that beats Gem Knight all the time, because I do know that Gem Knight can make a board at least when it goes first. I don't know how strong the board is always, but they are going first here. They chose first with their Ryzeal deck again. Okay, that didn't work out last game, but we'll see about this game. Ash Blossom on Ice Ryzeal. Do we have the extender necessary? We do have sword already. That hurts. That hurts when you Ash and Ice Ryzeal and they have a sword in hand. That's tough. Search for Ext. Duo Drive resolves. No more Ash Blossom in hand, of course. Or even if they have one, they couldn't use it this turn. Search for Cross. And we actually don't like our hand here. We don't like our chances going second. Maybe the hand was just really bad. And we're going to go into a quick game 3 here. Going first apparently was good here for Gem Knight. For Ryzeal, I mean. We're moving quick in this top 16. If it detaches for effect, doesn't it trigger Sheeran? Ryzeal Duo Drive would trigger Sheeran, yes. But most of the time, when you make a Ryzeal Duo Drive, you are already locked into rank 4s from the extra deck, so you can't actually fuse. But I don't know if you're onto something there. I don't know if you're cooking with that. But in theory, yes, it does trigger Sheeran. If you're not locked yet, that is. All right, let's see what happens in game 3 here. This time around, we see Karuiko going first. So, is it Gem Knights again? No, it's Malice now. The Gem Knight player has transformed into a Malice player. And we are hit with a Molcharmi Fuvalos that we Ash. Set MTP07, activate MTP07, banishing the March here. How strong is the White Rabbit 1-card combo even? If you don't play TB11. Activate March here, special. Don't you have to like make Splash Mage now very early still? If this is literally all you have, you would have to make Splash Mage now, no? Yeah. So it's probably still very good, but you won't be able to make Appaloosa. Yeah. It's probably what it is. Okay. So Red Ransom is able to grab Malice in Underground now. No, Malice in the Mirror. Okay. Ah, we have Underground already. Wait, we have Underground already and we still play it this way? Surely if we have Underground already, we can do the Appaloosa. Okay, well. Chessy Cat Banish Malice in the Mirror is very strong here though, and it looks like the opponent does not have Appaloosa because I think the Chessy Cat summon there was probably the place for Appo. White Rabbit 1-card combo gets to add Ignister plus Cold-Link Firewall to 3 bodies plus Crypto. Yeah, I mean, I was never doubting that the 1-card White Rabbit gets you to all of the cyber stuff. I was just wondering how good it was through Disruption because it doesn't get Appaloosa the way it's been played here. But I also don't see a way to combo without Splash Mage if you don't play TB11. Search Wizard, discard the Nibiru that the opponent would really like right now. That's kind of disrespectful. Look at this Nibiru that would maybe save you right here. White Binder with three monsters. Okay, we could have also made that with with 2, like the Wicked +1. Ah no, Wicked plus Decoder couldn't make it because there was no Malice name. All right, little bit of a weird line here, but it's still a lot. 6 cards in hand right now. So far, we haven't used the Wizard yet, but right now we also cannot use the Wizard because Wizard add Ignister requires you to have, similar to backup, you need a Cybers monster special from the extra deck, which both of these were already returned from the banished pile, so they weren't special from the extra deck. So in order to use the Wizard, we're actually going to have to link these off. But it's still... Is it fine? Because this does not make Allied Code Talker, right? This does not make Allied Code Talker. It does make Allied Code Talker after we use the GWC. But now I don't think they're actually going to end on a trap card, right? Like they've already used White Binder to reset. So they won't have a GWC on the opponent's turn. Well. Still, I mean, they have the negate from Allied Code Talker. They have 2 set cards. They have 4 cards in hand. We know there's a March here. So they can March here the Cryptor for a non-target banish for sure. They could have had more for sure, yeah. They could have had more. Oh, it's Memento though. The non-target banishes are gonna hurt so much. Imperm on Anguish. That is something you can dodge potentially. Like a Breakout or a Bone Party here would be pretty good. Chain Droplet is one way to do it as well. That works. Not bad. Droplet the Allied Code Talker. I don't mind it. We're gonna have to send the Anguish from the field here, of course, to dodge the Imperm. And depending on the quality of the cards in Malice's hand here, there is a world where they could get punished for making a slightly smaller board than they could have. Depending on what else is in the Memento hand. We'll see. Called by is a strong answer onto this Anguish, however. Okay, however, we can negate this Allied Code Talker with the Droplet. But we don't have a play. We don't have a play other than the normal summon there. And we are going to surrender to Malice. Another Memento soldier that falls to the Malice interruptions here. I mean, not even the Malice interruptions, to be honest. It was just the Imperm and the Cult Buy that got them. And they move on into the top 8 here. Okay. Let's see. Agorni versus Lucas. I don't know what the score is between these two. We are jumping in the middle of the match. Normal summon March here. Activate Wizard at Ignister. Okay, a weird line to start with. We don't have any of the good starters, but it does still work. But once again, we have a similar situation to last game where the Malice player, in order to combo, had to lock themselves into Cyber's monsters. Oh no, I know, but Appaloosa is not an option anymore. White Binder gets ashed in the banished pile as well. Not too shabby. Activate March here. Banish White Rabbit from hand. White Rabbit is going to set GWC. Link 2 into Splash Mage. Splash Mage is still going to enable Red Ransom. And then we can search the field spell, and we can still get the White Binder back into rotation if we want to with the GWC. Malice in Underground on Dormouse. Dormouse on Chessie. Not drawing for Chessie, at least not yet. Yeah, no Malice card in hand, it seems. Cryptor, bring back Decoder, Link for Firewall, and pass. Okay. This is a lot of disruption still. GWC is going to co-link the Firewall. Now White Binder is going to banish Cryptor. Ooh, they have their own Malice in the Mirror, however, but Firewall can bounce their own White Binder. Okay, goodbye White Binder. Back into the extra deck. They're banishing March here from hand to negate that, to resolve that Malice in the Mirror. Heart Scriptor is going to come back. Ransom is going to come back. But the MTP07 is banished right now. The MTP07 is banished right now, which means at the moment we can't get it. So what we're doing is we're banishing a March Hare. We're banishing a March Hare here. We're adding it from the banished pile to the hand. And what we can do with that later is we can use Heart Scripter first to get that MTP07 back into the deck. And then we can March Hare banish White Rabbit to set it. So this is good sequencing here by Agorni. So this is at least 2 non-target banishes from Malice here. However, non-target banishes are not the best form of interruption against another Malice player, is the thing. Gold Sarcophagus for Chessy Cat. It is a good, it's good removal for this Chessy Cat here. I assume we were going to use the Cryptor on this because it's already used its effect in the banished pile, so it's a perfect target for Heart Scriptor. Yeah. Gonna banish that Chessy Cat. Now we need a good normal summon. With a good normal summon, it might be possible. March Hare effect here. Banishing the White Rabbit, setting up the MTP now that we've just shuffled back for the Cryptor. But a good normal summon here, could still do the job. Because, like, let's say you normal summon Dormouse here. The non-target banish is not going to actually be enough because they can just bring it back. We know one card in hand is March Hare, but March Hare alone will not do it. They're going to activate March Hare. Banishing the Malice in the Mirror from the graveyard, which is, I think, a sign of weakness, because you wouldn't want to banish this early. You would want to banish this later when you can actually search with it. But we need that Lingaribo to play through that trap card, it seems like. We need that Lingaribo because we only have Malice in Underground to play. Malice in Underground would have been checked by the MTP07. And now we're going for Dormouse. Dormouse is going to be summoned back. And now we actually are protected from the MTP07 right now. The Lingaribo is checking the trap card at the moment, so we might be able to play into this. The Firewall bounce has been used. So the question here is going to be, does Agorni have anything in hand here? The problem is, though, they can never, basically, they can never link off the Lingaribo, right? Because if they link it off, then immediately the trap card becomes live again. So they're going to have to normal summon Droll Lockbird here. And that's going to make a link 3. For Heart Scriptor. Now we're going to activate the MTP07 because the Cryptor is threatening to banish it. And Lingaribo is going to negate that. I do think this is the most interesting Malice Mirror we've seen so far today. Which basically, the reason for that is that the The Malice player going first opened with a very suboptimal combo. Their combo was March Hare plus Wizard at Ignister. That was what they drew to play, which is not a great opener for Malice. They had to play a very weird line because of it, which is why it seems so it was so playable for the player going second. And they got hit with Ash Blossom too. It was like, it was Ash Blossom, and then they hard drew the Malice in the mirror to force the Firewall bounce as well. And they still had to draw like Gold Sark, Malice in Underground, March Hare or something like that. But they did, and so they won. All right, Lucas able to win going second here in the Malice mirror, because the opponent opened with a relatively mediocre hand. It was still a pretty interesting game here. I liked it. All right, and seems like mostly everyone else is done, but there is one match still going on between Ovi and Justinian. Let's see what's going on there. Lancia in the draw phase here, and it is Malice. But we have the backup again to play through the Lancia here. And we also drew the Wizard. So that's gonna make Cryptor. Bring back Decoder. Activate I Meet You as well for another backup. Make Splash Mage. Bring back March Hare. Make White Binder. White Binder is going to set MTP07. Make Firewall. And pass. We have Yugioh Temple. That's going to play Sengenjin and the Golem. And that is going to prompt the March here. White Binder, draw, not co-linking with the Firewall. Banishing 3 from the graveyard. Activate, activate. March here back to hand for next turn. And Cryptor now co-linked with the Firewall, probably. Yep. They're gonna summon a Snake Eyes Doom Dragon. That is going to try and bounce or put the Firewall in the spell trap zone. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Search for Snake Eyes Poplar. That was I'm just now realizing they're playing 55 cards and opened Lancia, Snake Eye Ash. The Snake Eye Duelist does not concern themselves with the Forbidden and Limited list limitations. That was the second Doom Dragon because Firewall bounced it back. This card, Extinguish. It's Rescue Ace. Is Malice gonna lose to Rescue Ace? There's Hydrant. Hydrant effect. Resolves. Airlifter. Emergency as well. Turbulence. Tribute Airlifter from hand. Activate Turbulence. Resolves. Flip up Alert. Grab Preventer. Fiendsmith. They might have it. If there's nothing left for Malice, they might have it. Getcher the March here. Mix Sequence. Mix Lacrima. Lacrima Summon Engraver. Summon Prevent. That's game. If the set is not stopping it. Promethean. For good measure. Preventer Summon back. That's so much damage. Bring back Cryptor, gain life points. Is it still enough? Yeah, it is enough. It's enough. Okay. all you need to do to win against Malice is just open Lancia, Snake Eye Ash, Wedgew Temple, Emergency in your 55 card Rescue Ace deck, and you're good to go. It's not that difficult. I don't know what you guys want. And Rescue Ace wee-woos themselves into the top 8. So we will be back with the top 8 very, very shortly. We will keep a close eye on that Rescue Ace duelist to see what they're up to after a very, very short break. All right, I said the break was going to be short, and it was short indeed. We are here with our top 8 duelists, which means we have a total of 3 rounds remaining until we crown a champion, and I want to join Ovi versus Player here at table 2. Ovi was the Snake Eye Rescue Ace player we just saw, and I don't think we've spectated Player before today, so let's jump into this match, and let's see if the Snake Eye deck is also what they bring in for the first game here. 55 cards going first. Beansmith Engraver, I think that's the one. Max C is activated, however, And in 55 cards, you are not likely to draw an out to that card. And it does, in fact, resolve here. So what is our plan? Oh, we just draw an out anyways. Okay, never mind. Roll in Lockbird. No problem. I mean, maybe a little bit of a problem, right? Maybe a tiny problem. Because we are also under our own Roll in Lockbird now. So we're going to have to see how much we can make work. But it is definitely better than being... I'd rather be under Roll in Lockbird than I would be under Maxi. Playing a deck like this, for sure. Lacrima sends another Engraver from the deck to the graveyard. I wonder what their plan is with the Fiendsmith engine in this deck. Are they just going to make a Caesar? Are they just making a Desiree? Are they going Pilgrim Reaper to do some miracles? I don't know. We're seeing sequence. There is an Nibiru onto that sequence. So we're not going to find out what the plan was with the Fiendsmith cards, but what we are going to find out is if they can play more. So, hello? I mean, I am surprised, but I'm pleasantly surprised to see Swap Frog make an appearance. It's not something I was expecting. Artifact Lancea to stop the Ronin Totem is crazy work. Wait, they can bring back sequence. They haven't used the effect yet. Because there's an Nibiru on the board, right? Yeah. Wait. We are gonna find out what they were trying to do with Fiendsmith. So Lacrima brings back Engraver. Are we doing a rank 6? What are we doing? What are we up to here? We're linking off Lacrima and Sequence into Sprite Sprint. Oh god. Sprite Sprint is gonna... Don't send the Nimble Angler right now. It's a Nimble Angler. There's no way this is the same deck than before. There's no way this is still the Rescue Ace deck. The Snake Eye Rest... There's no way. How do all these cards fit in there? It's gotta be two different decks, right? It's gotta be one of them is Rescue Ace Snake Eye Fiendsmith, and this one is like Fiendsmith Sprite. Right? There's no way it's both in the same deck. Snake Eye's Doom Dragon with the two Fiendsmith equips. Link into IP Masquerena. This is madness. And now it's Gigantic Sprite, right? Yep. This match is awesome. Here's Sprite Carrot. Alright, end phase. So we have IP Masquerena, we have a Sprite Carrot Spell Negation, we have Sprite Sprint that can detach off of Gigantic, and we have Sprite Elf that can do Sprite Elf things. We're on 4,000 life points only. We're facing Ryzeal, but Ryzeal just opened normal summon Sword, which is not the best Ryzeal opener. So maybe this board can hold. Maybe it can hold. We're chaining Sprite Elf to the Sword Ryzeal. This is not going to summon a disruption. It's just going to summon back a Swap Frog. There's another Maxi being chained, which is just going to be basically an upstart Goblin here, I suppose, but sure. Actually, no, because IP Masquerena is also on the board. Ah, okay, that's kind of annoying. It's kind of annoying. Because that Maxi is going to end up drawing 2 cards probably, which is going to make it slightly more likely for Ryzeal to break this board. It's crazy because after all this, I still feel like this board seems breakable. Like, it doesn't seem that hard. Especially considering X Ryzeal is in the mix, right? The good news is that they had to normal summon Sword, right? Like they can't normal summon Ice anymore. That's gonna take away from their ability to push here significantly, I feel. Right? Ooh, is that an end of main phase call? This might be an end of main phase call. I'm not gonna lie. With the Sprite deck here, you might just take this because you know you're gonna survive and they're only gonna clear 1 monster. Right now, maybe it's not a bad call to just let him go battle phase. Because if you, yeah, they let it go through. Okay. Run over the IP Masquerena, which was the only card that was going to give you more draws. But at least we can play now in main phase 2 without being SP'd. Bring it back? No, the Sprite Elf was already used. Okay, because of the Sprite Elf targeting protection, the only thing that the aggregator can really negate here is the Sprite Carrot. I mean, they can negate Gigantic, but that doesn't do anything. So we're negating the Carrot, which opens up any potential spell cards for later, like Talons or something like that. But we are in main phase 2 here, so the ability to clear this board for Ryzeal is going to be limited, right? Like, you're not going to have... Is Exiton an option? I think they are on the same number of cards. After this, the X Ryzeal is going to search, so that puts them to 4 cards in hand. After Exiton, they would have 2 cards on the field, and they also have a total of 6. So Exiton is not an option to clear the board here. Exiton is not an option to clear the board. So how do we deal with the 5 bodies here in main phase 2 from the Ryzeal perspective? I don't really see it. Oh wait, no, it is 7. Never mind, I miscounted. I didn't count the Sprite Elf in the EMZ. My bad. Exiton is an option actually. Dreamer Man can't count. It was a good Exiton, yeah. Okay. Rough. And they have talents. Okay. It is not looking too hot for the Sprite Duelist. Discarding a Fuvalos for the node here. That's gonna give us... can we make Duo Drive and then still make Detonator? Because we've normal summoned already. We can search Star and... We can search Star and Ice, maybe? So Star is gonna get us Cross. And then we can special Ice as well by sending a card. Or Plugin. Plugin and Star would also work if you play Plugin. Or you can special another sword, that's true. Because we've normal summoned it earlier, yeah. It's the same. Plugin is fine too. Plugin gives you more material, right? Because Plugin is going to attach a card to the Duo Drive, so I think Plugin is better here. Should have probably used Do we still have Lacrima? Well, we don't even have Lacrima in the graveyard. We don't even have Lacrima in the graveyard. The main deck Lacrima to get another body here. Rough. Draw a card for Cross. And just like that, if you really think about it, this entire board was cracked by one Sword Ryzeal. Because the talents only looked at the hand, right? Like, but all the cards that were on the field, one Sword Ryzeal beat it. Which is kind of crazy. It really is kind of crazy. Well, Maxi, I'm not saying they couldn't have made a better board if it wasn't for Maxi. I'm saying like the board they did make was beaten by one Sword Rising, which has nothing to do with the Maxi. Because the board they did make still ended up looking pretty good. Okay, Ryzeal Cross negates the Fiendsmith in the graveyard. Ronin Totem comes out and we special summon Sprite Jet. Jet is going to get destroyed by Detonator, but it is going to replace itself by searching for Starter. Are we really going to keep popping all the level 2s with Detonator? Because I feel like maybe then there's a chance. I don't think we know what the set card is for Ryzeal. If it's the Plasma Hole, then we're definitely in trouble. Activates Sengenjin. Doesn't want to be locked into level 2s just yet. I think it's just a matter of last turn. They should have. I don't like the decision of letting the opponent go into the battle phase if the Exiton, like, I didn't work out the numbers properly. If the Exiton nukes the entire board in main phase 2, then I don't think you can let them go battle phase and run over IP. Okay, last Detonator pop. Oh, but it's detaching. It's detaching Aggregator. So if we summon blue here, it's gonna get negated by... It's gonna get negated by the Aggregator. Shouldn't activate this, honestly. Should not activate this. Because it's getting negated anyways. We have another... We don't have another Ronin Totem. Nope. There's no more Swap Frog. Why is there no more Swap Frog? Did we just not activate Swap Frog to send another Swap Frog on the opponent's turn? Because we did bring it back, right? We did bring back Swap Frog on the opponent's turn. Maybe I missed something there. Either way, it was a fun game to watch, but Sprite falls here in the first game. It missed the timing. It missed the timing. Why did we bring it back in? Like, what did we bring it back in response to? Did we change Elf to Sword? I didn't even know Swap Frog could miss timing. Well, that all does not matter right now. We have another game to focus on now. And player is up 1-0 here with the Ryziel strategy. At this point, I'm just impressed by Ovi even being here in the top 8 with 2 55 card decks, 1 Sprite Fiendsmith and 1 Rescue Ace Snake Eye, both 55 cards. And we're in top 8 already. Which is crazy. Unless I'm still not sure if they're both the same deck, maybe. I'm still not convinced it's 2 different decks actually. But okay. Molcharmy Perulia here. And once again we start with Fiendsmith Engraver. That's pretty good against Perulia. We might not have to summon from hand a single time for any of this. I guess the question is, what other combos can we do under the Molcharmy? Because if this is the Sprite deck again, Perulia is really good against it. There is more. Is it a Nibiru again? I mean, you wouldn't Nibiru here yet, right? I don't think so. Maybe considering Lancia to stop the Fiendsmith Tract in the graveyard. Right, that could be something to think about maybe, but I mean, it's ultimately not really worth it to stop the Tract fuse at this point. It is Nibiru. Okay. All right, we have Perulia and Nibiru here, and they are going to activate Wanted for Diabellstar. Why always before the sequence summons? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know what they're scared of, letting the sequence resolve and then just Nibiruing after. All right, Diabellstar is going to give a draw to the Perulia, and we're discarding Poplar for it. And we're going to get original, which is later on going to be able to give us another draw. However, since we've drawn the Poplar, if we summon Snake Eye Ash here, we won't be able to like really search with it. Unless we want to search... I guess we could summon Ash, search Hydrant, and then normal Hydrant. But like, that would give the opponent a draw for Purulia. But it would allow us to go into a Flamberge later, so maybe it's worth. If they play Flamberge, but I would assume so, right? How do you not have room in 55 cards to play a Flamberge? Surely. There it is, Hydrant to hand. Now we Lancia on Resolution, which is actually not the worst thing in the world against Rescue Ace, I'm thinking, because we cannot summon Turbulence from hand now. That does require you to banish 2 Rescue Ace from grave. Yeah. Can I draw like you draw going second, by the way? You always have Lancia, Nibiru, Purulia, or Meowls or Maxi. Can I have that ability? Flamberge is going to put that Nibiru into the spell trap zone. I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of like the idea of letting the Nibiru stay there so that we can make Sprite Elf and bring back the sea. Oh, this deck might not have Sprite Elf. Never mind. This is the other deck. I was thinking we could do the same thing like last game where we brought the sequence back. But okay. So Hydrant is going to search a Rescue Ace monster here, but the Turbulence cannot be summoned under Lancia. We go for Nightmare Phoenix. We discard the Turbulence to bring it back with Promethean Princess. I see you. Oh, but that does make Fuvalos live. So for the Promethean, they're gonna draw a card. Activate Promethean Princess. Turbulence hits the field though. We get Contain. We get Extinguish. We get Emergency. And we get Rescue. Now, I don't know if you want to activate any of these this turn. Might just pass like this, but then the Promethean is on the field. Is that optimal? Kind of want Promethean in the graveyard, but linking it off gives another draw. Can you even activate them this turn? One of them you can, because you have Hydrant right now. It says you can activate one quick play spell or trap the turn it was set. A Rescue Ace. But okay. 5 cards in hand. We decide to leave Promethean on the board. We have the Rescue Ace traps ready to go. We'll see if it's enough. Main phase 1. Bonfire. Looks like it's Ryziel again. Did you play Duelist Cup? I have not played the Duelist Cup yet. I was thinking about doing one stream this week where I play it just for the gem rewards. because I'm going to be gone for YCS Lille over the course of next weekend. So you won't be getting any streams over the weekend from me, unfortunately. So I thought about making up for it for like just streaming me doing the gems and stuff with some fun decks in the Duelist Cup first stage. Maybe on Wednesday we'll do that, which is the day before I leave. All right, X-Ryziel. And we're gonna go ahead and contain this X-Ryziel, which means it's not only going to be negated, but it also cannot be used as material for anything, which is pretty good. Taking away the search and taking away the ability to even use that X-Ryziel for an Exceed this turn. Basically taking away 2 cards from Ryziel this way. Sword Ryziel is going to be special summoned here, however, next to the X. Going for Ice. Which is probably going to be the normal summon. We're going to go activate Emergency, which I believe is a disruption because we can summon Preventer with this. We can summon... Oh no, we're summoning Airlifter though. We're tributing... we're tributing Preventer from the hand. We're searching for Airlifter, and then we can use Rescue to bring back the Preventer. I think that works. Yeah. So that can set a card face down. I wonder why we're doing all of this now, because from what I'm seeing, I don't think we have to flip the Sword Ryziel face down right now, right? Because they can't make it rank 4 right now anyways. At least not yet. Because the X-Ryziel was contained. Why is everything in defense? It's the Ryziel player's turn. See, and now there's a talents to take, which is a little bit awkward because we're chaining Preventer now to set the Sword Ryziel face down. However, you can just take the Airlifter and that's a level 4. Right? Yeah. And now we normal summon Ice. And now we're still gonna have plenty rank 4 material here for Ryziel. We're summoning Node. And at this point, we have, I think, Extinguish face down, but Extinguish can only destroy 1 monster. So that is not going to stop a rank 4, right? So there's Light Dragon Adignister, which is going to protect stuff from being destroyed by card effect. And then we can use Node. Is there a target for Node? Wait, there's no target for Node. We detach 1, of course. Never mind. We detach 1 from the Light Dragon Adignister. It's looking over. It's not over yet. I doubt that they're gonna lose this turn, to be honest. I think they are gonna get another turn here. It's at least I think so. But it is looking good for Ryziel here. I think so. So now we're gonna Node, send probably the X because it's kind of useless up there, or maybe the face down. I'm not sure which one's better, but Rogue deck versus Ryziel is making for fun matchups this round, I think. I'm enjoying these so far, even if Ryziel might end up winning both of them. These are nice games. Detonator pass. It's either detonator pass. You could also go for duo drive though, right? You can go duo drive, search for star. You can go star plugin again. You can go star plugin and that gives you 2 more level 4s, so you can also set up cross and detonator and duo drive. And that's going to allow you to attack over a bunch of monsters as well, because we are in main phase 1 still this time. I think it's going to be star and plugin. But here's the thing, right? I don't think they're going to win this turn. And the opponent has Fiendsmith in the graveyard. The opponent has Wanted in the graveyard to draw a card, maybe. And I'm not even sure we're going to clear every single monster on the field. So maybe there's a universe where, you know, they can make something happen next turn. So basically, they're going to draw a 3rd card in hand. They're going to draw one with Wanted. So they're going to have 4 cards in hand. They're going to have some resources in the graveyard. And I think it's just going to be cross detonator. We'll see. They are thinking about what to add here. Star Ryziel and Ice Ryziel. Detach X for Star. Star is going to place Ross most likely. Then we can special summon Ice. Still make a rank 4. Ovi is going to normal summon Dormouse next turn. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. It seems like we've drawn Ryziel Cross the way we've been playing this, but then why is it not on the field yet? Or are we choosing to go Plasma Hole over Cross? Maybe. There's the detonator. Nibiru incoming. They can't Nibiru right now because of the Promethean Princess, but if they decide to go battle phase and run over the Promethean Princess, then they could maybe do that in main phase 2 if they have one in hand. Which is a possibility. I mean, they're playing 55 cards, so it's not likely, but if that happens, that actually completely turns the game around. Because they didn't go for Ryziel Cross. It looks like they're gonna let the Promethean Princess live. Yeah, they're letting the princess survive, maybe to play around Nibiru. But of course, Promethean Princess is gonna be a good resource here, no? Like, starting the turn with the Promethean Princess surely is good for you. We can start by activating that effect instantly. Actually, that's gonna force the Plasma Hole instantly. Okay. Okay. I mean, sure. That's going to attach a 4th material to the detonator, however. And there's still one unknown set card that we don't know what it is. All right, but honestly, I don't think this is impossible. Not unknown is the race pop. No, I meant for Ryzeal. There's one unknown set card. I know the other one is Extinguish. Draw 1 from Wanted. 4 cards in hand versus a detonator and an unknown set. What can we do here? Another big question. I think the answer is no, but like, if they play the Rescue Ace field spell, that would be potentially a big deal here because it would recycle the spell traps. Activate Alert to add a Rescue Ace from grave to hand. Add back Preventer. Ooh, can we maybe set the detonator face down? We do need another Rescue Ace for that, right? If you control another Rescue Ace monster, you can target an effect monster, change it to face down defense position. If we can find a way to set this detonator face down, that would be a great way to deal with all 4 materials at once, basically. So like, normal summon a Rescue Ace now goes kind of crazy. Dude, it's 1-0 and there's only 6.5 minutes left in this round. They're gonna have to hurry up. Because I think if time is called in game 2, then player just wins, right? Like, the winner of game 1 just wins if time is called. So in 6 minutes, it's gonna be over. Doesn't look like they have another Rescue Ace to summon. Activate this. This is probably going to prompt Detonator to pop the Engraver. Yeah. Detach Ice. Target Engraver. So the Fiendsmith follow-up here really only traded with one singular Detonator material. We're chaining Extinguish. But the Light Dragon is just going to protect. Now what? Now what? Normal summon Perulia. Link 2. Make SP but without an extra deck monster as material. Chain Detonator. Targeting the SP. I have a feeling what that last face down is. I think it's going to be Ryzeal plugin. And Ryzeal plugin would allow another detonator to hit the field. Oh, they're destroying their own X. Okay. Why? Oh, they timed out. It was a very long game, to be fair. At least we had enough time to throw that last Max C. Okay, well, you know what? The run for OV ends here in the top 8, but still, that was a lot of I got a lot of entertainment out of watching those decks. Well done on bringing those all the way to the top 8. It was very fun to watch your games. Congratulations for the opponent on making it into the top 4, which is what we're going to watch next in just a few minutes. We're going to go on a short break. This match was very long, so I don't think we're going to be able to catch any other action from the top 8. but the top 4 will begin shortly. So we will be right back. All right, duelists, we are now in the semifinals already, and these are our matchups for the finals of the season, of the summer season Challenger Cups. We have Nightfall versus Player and Lucas versus Karuiko. So let us go to table number 2 and see who is going to make it into the finals there. All right, Kariko selects going first here. If I remember correctly, I believe Kariko was a Gem Knight player as well. I think they had Malice and Gem Knight. So I was kind of hoping to see the Gem Knight here. That's why I joined here, but they decided to play Malice here in the first game. Understandable. We're hitting the Malice P Chessy Cat with a Ash Blossom right now. Making a Link Decoder. Activate March Hare to banish that Chessy Cat. Set 1. Maybe a Malice Trap card being hard drawn before we commit to a Link 3. Red Ransom effect. Link Decoder, Chain Link 2. Chain Magnamute here onto that decoder, taking away a body from the combo here, which is going to prevent an early Appaloosa, which is not bad. However, from the cards that we already know are in rotation for Malice here, this is not going to stop the turn. So it could be an interesting pairing, but we do need something else here. We would need like a Nibiru on top of this or something. The Magnamute alone here is just going to be solid, but not gonna stop the combo actually. We're gonna Ash the Magnamute. Okay, I mean clearly they don't have Max C, so that'd be some actual 5-head play if they kept the Max C for this long because they were hoping they would Ash the Magnamute. That'd be crazy. There is something. There is something. Probably a second Bestial. Could be a second Bestial, which could potentially be strong if it's specifically Baldrake, maybe? So this White Rabbit has set MTP07 and they're currently considering how to continue here because they are not locked into Cybers yet, but if you do make an Appaloosa here, I don't think you can actually continue. So maybe you're going to have to risk playing without Appaloosa for a little bit longer. Luca in top 4? No, Luca lost in top 8. Activate Red Ransom in the banished pile. That's going to banish another card. Have we already banished March Hare? No, we could banish a March Hare here or a Chessy Cat. Decides to go for March Hare. Is Gem Knight the new Tenpai? No, I think Gem Knight is a strong going second deck, but I don't think it has the same ignorance as Tenpai does when it comes to just like ignoring all the things your opponent did and just going for game. Tenpai, Gem Knight, I feel like you just still have to work for it a little bit. It's a little more interactive. It's gonna have some games where they just like droplet your monsters and go for game, and it is good ultimately. So it's gonna have some games where it's gonna feel like it's just overwhelming you when it goes second, but it's not. I feel like it feels different to play against than Tenpai. But it is potentially still a menace in best of one. Just not in the same way, I think. We make access code talker here, because we want to clear that Magnamut. Banish the white binder. Gonna attempt to summon back and draw a card here. That's gonna work. And now there's the Appaloosa. Step 28. Okay, Appaloosa pass, but we do have the Malice trap cards in rotation. So we basically, it's kind of like the full setup. All we're really missing is the allied code talker. Maxi and draw phase, that's going to be unpleasant for whatever deck we have. And it resolves. And it is a Malice mirror match. Gonna negate the white rabbit with Appaloosa. Chain Malice in the mirror. Okay. Not a bad answer here. It's rough against Maxi though. I think that's honestly the bigger problem right now than the Appaloosa. Right? And we have this? Sure, you shall have it. I added it. We're gonna activate GWC here in response to the March here adding itself back to hand. That is going to resolve. Bringing back the white binder, we're gaining 2,300 life points. And I honestly, the problem is like, you probably don't have a choice here but to push into this Maxi, right? And maybe even if you had a chance to win against, I mean, what disruptions does Malice have here from just the Malice cards? It's like, it's gonna be a non-target banish from MTP 07 because we didn't set up Hard Scripter turn 1. So like it is quote unquote just a non-target banish from here on out. However, like the Max C being active is gonna make it very, very hard for Malice to even, like, they're just gonna draw into cards like Impulse, Ash, Nibiru, because they play so many of them. It seems unlikely to actually push through this, if you even can. Gonna activate White Rabbit here in the banished pile. Okay, yep. Chain March here. Banish another. Was that another White Rabbit? It was another White Rabbit. Okay. Yeah, I mean, all we have is Splash Mage into a Link 3. Maybe with Transcode Talker we can make something happen, but I don't think it's realistic. All right. That is going to be game 1, going to Karuiko. Backing up a Malice combo with Max C and Lancia in the mirror match is quite something. So that is going to win them the first game here in the top 4. And we're going to see which decks these players are going to bring into the second game here. Meanwhile, on the other table, player is already up a game against Nightfall. The other table is in game 2 as well. Meanwhile, Lucas and Karuiko are getting ready for game number 2. But Kauriko in earlier rounds has shown that they do have a Gem Knight deck, so maybe Gem Knights going second can do something about this. Although, of course, the Fuvalos not resolving is going to definitely hurt. Jessie Cat banishes Malice in the Mirror. Malice in the Mirror banishes March here. That's going to put us back up to 6 cards in hand. And then we can make the Appaloosa next step. Backup is going to search Wizard. And is going to discard another White Rabbit from hand. We don't need that anymore. Link 3 into Heart Scripter. Activate Wizard, add Ignister. Bring back White Rabbit. Make Splash Mage with the Heart Scripter. Bring back another White Rabbit. Then we can make White Binder. We haven't made White Binder yet. And then White Binder can banish the Heart Scripter because that can still resummon. Activate GWC. Draw 1. This is the semifinals, Pro Keeper. Now we're gonna reset that GWC, and all we really have left to do, I think at this point, is make the Allied Code Talker. Can we get a Firewall too? We're missing 1 body for Firewall as well, right? Because if we make Firewall now... I guess we can make Lingaribo and Allied Code Talker to play around evenly a little better. I think we've used March here already. Yeah, there's Allied Code Talker. So it's basically just gonna be... We're gonna keep the Lingaribo for like better... It's better against evenly. It helps against top deck Imperm. It's good in the mirror in general if it's Malice versus Malice because you can stop one of the trap cards. So yeah, pretty rough setup. Are we going to play into this? Because this looks like a tough ask. We have a Scatter Fusion. Scatters in chat. During your main phase, if your opponent controls a monster, you can fusion a non-rock Gem Knight from your extra deck using monsters from your deck as material. Also, you cannot special from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except Gem Knights. This is basically a more balanced version of Brilliant Fusion that you can only use when your opponent has a monster, which is one of the reasons why Gem Knight sometimes likes to go second, because this card is very strong. And because it's very strong, we're going to banish it with MTP07. The answer is yes. Yes. We have Brilliant Fusion as well, though. We're going to impulse that real quick. Activate Gem Dispersion. That is going to add from deck to hand. Ooh, not yet. We're going to chain Droplet. Hold up. Send Shadol Dragon and Gem Knight Dispersion. Probably attempting to negate Allied Code and Appaloosa. Okay. Maybe if there's nothing, like literally nothing else. Nah, even then I don't think it's enough because there's at least another banish, right? Because they still have March Hare in hand, and March Hare can banish Cryptor. At the moment, they don't have space on the board, but even if they need space, they can just activate the Allied Code Talker. Because it's negated, but you can still tribute for cost to make room on the board. So I don't think one Neperim is going to win through that. So this is going to add a Gem Knight card. Now we're going to make room by tributing the White Binder for Allied Code. This is not going to negate it, but it's going to make it so we can go March Hare, banish Cryptor. And now I don't know if we can win through a banish here. Hollow Core effect. Send the Gem Knight Fusion from deck. Activate GWC. Or we can GWC for the White Binder. That's even better than the... Yeah. That's even better than the March Hare in hand. And we surrender. That is going to be the win for Malice. And that was game number 2. We are equal 1-1. 1-1. Lucas versus Karuhiko. Who's gonna go into the finals? Between Nightfall and Player, they are also in game 3 currently. So Nightfall did win the second game. They are tied 1-1 as well. If this game goes over quickly, maybe we'll have a look at their third game as well. We'll see. Doesn't look like it. Looks like it's just ended. Looks like it's just ended. And it was Player who won that one. So Player is going to be our first finalist. Congratulations. And we're going to find an opponent now. We're going to find an opponent now. All right, a Lancia is used in the draw phase, and we know Karuhiko is playing Malice, so that might be a problem. Did we draw backup? I mean, the fact that we normal summon Dormouse, I feel like tells me we probably have backup, because otherwise this wouldn't make a lot of sense. Normal, make Link Decoder. We drew a Wizard. Okay, that's not backup, but it also works. Is that... Okay, so it makes Red Ransom. And then the Link Decoder is going to come back. We cannot make Appaloosa here because we are locked into Cybers because the wizard does that. The wizard does lock you to Cybers, so we search Malice in the Mirror. We search Malice in the Mirror. We get Nibiru here as well. That's actually that is actually a problem. That is a problem. Open Lancia and Nibiru. That's a good way to win going second against Malice. Chain Maxi, we need some help here. We're drawing 2 cards off of this Nibiru if we're allowed to. We are not allowed to. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's rough. The Drollin Lockbird, because we did all of this on resolution of Red Ransom. On resolution of Red Ransom, we did the Nibiru immediately. So we can still Drollin Lockbird. There's still a window for it. And that's going to counter that Maxi as well. And that's tough. Set 1. Pass. Okay. All it took was Lancia Nibiru Droll. All it took. Battle phase is not a good sign. We were able to stop them from playing, but we couldn't play ourselves. Set 1. Oh, we don't even know what deck they're on yet. Is it Malice versus Malice? Int phase. That's tough. It is Malice versus Malice. They just didn't draw a Malice starter. They didn't draw a Malice starter. We're activating MTP07 in the draw phase. I think that indicates a Dominus Impulse because we want to have a trap in the graveyard. Gold Sarcophagus is the follow-up here. Banishing their own copy of Dormouse. If there is an Impulse, you're probably going to have to use it here and hope they can't play. There might not be an Impulse. Maybe it's just a bait. This Dormouse resolving, I think, is almost... I mean, what are the things you're gonna need to survive this Dormouse resolving is a lot, because we're banishing Ransom from the graveyard here for March Hare. I don't think a Nibiru is good enough, because there's gonna be a an Appaloosa on summon 4 here if they want to, or summon 5. Ransom is going to add Underground. White Rabbit is going to summon. That's going to be the 4th summon. And then we can make an Apple on summon 5, which protects from Nibiru. And we're going to have Malice in Underground in hand. And we know one of the cards in their hand does not do anything because it's a Malice that they just searched with MTP07. So I don't see a way out at the moment, but maybe I'm forgetting something. I mean, if there is a Dominus Impulse, I think it would have been used on Dormouse earlier. I don't think you had a choice. I think you had to impulse that. There's Lingeribo. Just in case there is an Impulse, activate Malice in Underground. Bessie Cat. Bessie Cat effect. Ashy, okay. Yeah, I don't even think you negate that with Appaloosa. That's how little you care about that. Yeah, let him ash it. Let him ash it. Flash Mage. Bring back White Rabbit. Is surrendering allowed? Surrendering is allowed. But I mean, I don't know. I guess it's the last game of the tournament if you lose for you, so you might as well let your opponent play it out. Maybe they misplay, maybe they time out. Who knows? And the access code here, I think, is going to mean that Kaoruiko is going to be our second finalist for today. I see nothing at this point that can stop them unless they are timing out. And that is that. Malice wins in the top 4 against Malice and moves on to the finals. Our final is going to be Kaoruiko versus Player. Congratulations for Nightfall and Lucas for making it into the top 4. And we are going to be seeing the finals in just a moment now. I don't think we need to go on a break for it. So what was the... I think both players in the finals... I think we saw Player defeat Ovi earlier, right? And that was the Ryziel deck? Is the final Ryziel versus Malice? Let me check. I think so. I think Kaoruiko has Malice and Gem Knight. And from Player, all we've seen so far is Ryziel, I believe. I don't think we've seen Player on Malice yet. We've only seen them in top 8, I believe. But that was, I think, Ryziel in both games. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was Ryziel in both games. Their second deck could very well be Malice. I'm not sure. But so far, we've only seen them play Ryziel. So we could see some Ryziel versus Malice showdown in the finals. Over a Malice mirror match, at least. Watch them pull out a 10 pi second list. I mean, there is some advantage to keeping your second deck hidden for as long as possible if you play something unexpected like that. But I don't know. They've probably played their second deck at some point in the tournament, and we just haven't watched that specific round. All right. It's just been announced in the Challenger Cup Discord server that the finals is going to start in less than 3 minutes. So indeed, no need to go on a break. Once again, this is going to be the end of the summer season of Challenger Cups. It's been a pleasure to host Challenger Cups as always. And I'm not sure if the specifics for the next season have been announced yet. I don't even know if it's been announced that it's returning, but just in case, keep an eye out for the announcement of the next season, hopefully soon, in the Challenger Cup Discord. If you are interested in future Challenger Cups at any point, you can go !Challenger Cup in the chat right now and join the official Challenger Cup Discord for EU, where any future seasons and any future Challenger Cups will be announced. I assume it's going to be returning for an autumn season, but yeah. All right, let me adjust my overlays real quick for the finals. Where are our duelists? We are gonna look at the OCG list after the finals. Yes. So if that's what you're here for, if that's what you're waiting for, just stick around for a little bit longer after the finals. And we're gonna be taking a look at the OCG list in a second. All right, here on table 1, we have one of our finalists already, but we are waiting for the second one. And on table 2, Nightfall and Lucas are going to play for 3rd place. There they are. All right. Gamers, I believe you may begin. The finals of the summer season is about to begin. It's time to normal Dormouse or Ice Ryzeal, because from player, we've seen Ryzeal so far. That's the deck they've played in top 8 twice. So maybe it's time to normal summon Ice. We will find out. Hopefully. The timer has started. Ah, there we go. Okay. All right, game 1. Let's see. And we see player going first here. We have a Molcharmy Perulia in the draw phase, which if it is Ryzeal, is definitely going to impact them. Which is why we feel forced to Ash it, but that potentially opens us up to Fuvalos and Maxi. Perulia, you think that was in their Malice deck? Or is this the Gem Knight? Because they did play Gem Knight as well. I feel like the Charmies would probably be in the Gem Knight deck, no? We might be seeing Ryzeal versus Gem Knight here in the first game of the finals, to be honest with you. Seventh Tachyon, searching for X Ryzeal, is going to put them down to 3 cards in hand already. Thinking about what to return to the top of the deck here with 7th Tachyon. Seems to be a difficult decision. I wonder if that means... Does that mean they have 3 really good cards that they can't decide? Or is it like... Do they have a couple of bad cards and don't know which one's the worst? Could be either or. We're sending Duo Drive to summon X Ryzeal. And it looks like we are simply resolving the search. No interaction with it. No Imperm, no Ash, nothing. Special summon Sword. And that's also going to work. So we're going to get Ice. Normal summon Ice. That's probably going to get Star. I do think that Karuiko is going to be on Gem Knights here, which has a chance against Ryzeal going second, I would say. Like, it's not, I don't know if it's favored at this point, because we've used the Charmy and it got negated, so we're going to have less cards to work with. But Gem Knight has a chance. We've seen it beat Ryzeal earlier. You know, there's a cup. We need a good hand for it. But we do play Spell Trap removal. I think we saw Heavy Storm last time. We saw Droplet. So there's answers, you know. It could work. We'll see. We go for Starliege Photon Blast Dragon. That's going to make the Duo Drive untargetable. The question is, do you go for Detonator or do you go for Baguska against Gem Knight? Because normally you go for Baguska with the Starliege. That's a very strong setup. However, Detonator seems pretty good against Gem Knights because of like the Scatter Fusion and the Brilliant Fusion and stuff. I'm not sure. I don't have enough practice against Gem Knights to say if Baguska or Detonator is better. They both seem pretty good. But the good news is that I don't have to make the decision. I do not have to make that decision. It is going to be player who is going to have to make that call. Baguska gets outed by one Brilliant Fusion. What do you send for the Brilliant Fusion that outs the Baguska? Does it involve like one of the Shaddolls? Or do the Gem Knights actually out it themselves? And also, do you not have to target it to out it? Just pure Gem Knights you get to Goddess? Oh, you go all the way up to Goddess to out it. Okay. Alright, we've made a decision, and the answer is Detonator. Okay, fair enough. Untargetable Detonator. I mean, in the face of a Forbidden Droplet, I guess it doesn't really matter which one you go for, so whatever, I guess. And to be fair, I think if there's no Droplet, then both Detonator and Baguska could potentially be a problem. Shaddol Fusion is a start, though. That is a start if I've ever seen one. And it resolves. Raigeki and the whole board is gone. Nothing on this board can be destroyed by card effects, so Raigeki would just go to the grave and not do anything. Anyways, Shaddol Fusion summons El Shaddol Construct. We send Gem Knight Nepirim and Shaddol Dragon from deck to grave. Shaddol Dragon is going to target probably the Ryzeal Cross if we care about it, or the set card if we don't care about the cross. Shaddol Construct is Chain Link 3 here, which I don't like the order, because now we can just use Cross to negate the Construct, and then the Dragon is popping it. Yes, but like if it was the other way around, if it was Construct on 2, Dragon on 3, your opponent would not have, like, you would pop the Cross or force the negation before the Construct resolves. So I think this would be this. It could be slightly better if the Dragon was Chain Link 3, because now it's an obvious cross negate. You're just gonna cross negate the Construct and then let it get destroyed by the Dragon. Construct is dead though. Genius can't target anything. Yeah, I didn't know if they were playing anything else. Maybe they play like a Shaddol Beast or something. Probably not though, but yeah. They actually let the Construct resolve. And they do only play Genius. So you can, okay, you can protect from it being destroyed, I guess. Gutsy call, to be honest. Genius. So Shaddoll Genius is target effect monster on the field. Neither player can activate that target's effects on the field this turn. So yes, it does target. So we cannot use it to out the detonator here. We're gonna have to target our own construct. We're chain blocking the Neperim still, which is worth something probably. I don't think there's an Ash Blossom anyways, to be fair, because the Ash Blossom would have probably been used on Shaddoll Fusion. Neperim resolves. We're not using Detonator yet. Still has 3 materials on it. And does check all kinds of Brilliant Fusions, Scatter Fusions and stuff. So we're gonna see how big of a problem it really is. We're linking into SP Little Knight. Activating SP Little Knight can only target the back row here. Chain Shaddoll Construct to get back the Shaddoll Fusion from the graveyard. It is once per turn, but it could be a discard fodder or a droplet send or something of the likes. That is going to force the Ryziel Plasma Hole and also banish it, so they can't banish it from the grave to Xyz Summon, which is neat. And attach a 4th material to the detonator, while also making them unable to attack directly. Gem Knight Hollow Core. Send Gem Knight Fusion from deck to grave to special summon itself in defense position. Now, Gem Knight Fusion is an interesting card because it is not once per turn to banish a Gem Knight monster from your grave to add it back to your hand. So you can keep bringing it back if you have enough Gem Knights. That's an interesting card. But you do need something to do with all those Gem Knight Fusions in your hand. You probably can't activate like all of them. Normal summon Neperim. Activate the effect. That's going to give us a 2nd normal summon. And that is going to prompt the 1st detonator pop onto that Neperim. There it goes. We are summoning Gem Armadillo, which searches for a Gem Knight monster. That's going to be another detonator pop. Okay, we're starting to get into those materials. So we search Gem Knight Quartz. Not sure if Gem Knight is winning this through this detonator. Maybe I'm missing something, but I'm not really seeing the obvious win here. Gem Knight Dispersion is going to be used to fusion summon. Fusion summon a Gem Knight Fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from hand or field. Up to 2 monsters from your deck extra deck can be used if they are non-rock Gem Knight monsters and you have Gem Knight Fusion in your graveyard. Okay, we do have Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard. So we can use up to 2 monsters from deck extra deck. Taking a while here to decide. Using a quartz and a hollow core from deck to make Gem Knight, Lady, Rose, Diamond. Once per opponent's turn, okay, that part doesn't matter right now. During your turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, banish a Gem Knight card from the grave, then target a face-up card your opponent controls to destroy it. Okay, budget detonator. Gem Knight, Phantom Quartz. Activates its effect to search a Gem Knight card. It's gonna get popped by Ryzeal Detonator. We are slowly chipping away at those detonator materials, and eventually, if it's out of materials, we can actually pop off with a Brilliant Fusion or Scatter Fusion. Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard. Banish a Gem Knight to add itself back to the hand. Banish the Phantom Quartz. Add back Fusion. Activate Fusion. The last pop, if they really need to, they can negate the last pop. Yes, because Gem Knight Hollow Core, when your opponent activates a card or effect while you control a Gem Knight Fusion monster, quick effect, banish 3 Gem Knight cards from your grave, including this card, negate that effect. So we have a negate while we control a fusion. So we can go activate Brilliant Fusion now, and when Detonator tries to pop it, we can negate that with Hollow Core. So do we know the last card in hand for Ryzeal? I think the last card in hand needs to be like another Ash Blossom or an Nibiru or something of that sort. But I don't think we know what the last card is. I think it could still be something. No names left in the deck? Could they not activate the Brilliant Fusion, maybe? Was it maybe like they went through all of this and then they realized they couldn't activate the Brilliant Fusion because there wasn't enough like Gem Knights left in the deck? Is that a thing? Maybe. Maybe that's a thing. That's the only explanation I can think of. Other than that, I thought it was looking good for them. But maybe there just wasn't a Gem Knight left, or like enough Gem Knights left to perform a fusion summon. I don't know. I had that happen to me. It's possible. I don't know the ratios in the list. That's the only explanation I can think of. Other than that, I thought they had it on lock. I thought it was activate Brilliant Fusion, Chain Detonator, Chain Hollow Core, and I think that's what they were going for. So I think if it was that simple, they probably would have seen that line, or they saw that line. But maybe it's a matter of they set the Brilliant Fusion and then realized it can't be activated, which is what I'm thinking. Because Quartz didn't shuffle. Maybe it's because Quartz didn't shuffle back. Yeah. Quartz did not resolve to fusion summon. So anyways, just playing Malice in game 2 casually here. Ryzeal takes game 1 in the finals. But we're going back to Malice here in the second game. That was anticlimactic. I still liked the first game. I thought it was cool to see Gem Knight pop off. Because it also was like, they didn't have like a droplet or something to just ignore the detonator. They actually had to maneuver through it. I thought that was entertaining. And also seeing Shadow Fusion made me happy. And to me, as not an expert for Gem Knights, but it looked kind of clean what they did until the very end, maybe when they didn't realize they couldn't activate the Brilliant Fusion. But until then, I thought they maneuvered it pretty well, at least from what I can see. I think maybe one thing that you could argue about is the fact that they activated Phantom Quartz on summon to search, which enabled the opponent to pop it, which then meant we couldn't use the effect to fuse, right? That's what I was thinking. Like, if you just don't activate the effect to search, you can guaranteed perform the fusion summon. Maybe that was that line was gonna be winning. But I still enjoyed that game. Player drew all hand traps against me, and against Malice, no hand traps. It is what it is sometimes. It is what it is. I feel you, though. Hey, who knows? Maybe their second deck is Tenpai. So far, we've seen player only on Ryziel. So, you never know. Even Tenpai is going to have a hard time breaking this, to be fair. They're going to need a lot. A lot. The only thing that breaks this board is double evenly, I think. The problem with double evenly is that they either leave a 1600 apple on the board or a GWC, and they have like 7 cards in hand. So I don't think double evenly beats this board at all. Because at that point, your opponent is guaranteed surviving with 7 cards in hand and still decent disruption in main phase 2 and the craziest follow-up you can imagine. Also, yes, after they negate the first evenly with the allied code, they can bring back Lingaribo from the grave to negate the second evenly, so you would need 3 evenlies. And after the 3 evenlies, you have 3 cards in hand, you're in main phase 2, your opponent has 7 cards in hand with the craziest follow-up. So I don't know. And it is not Tenpai, it's just Ryziel. Okay, that's not good. How are they bringing Lingaribo back? Lingaribo says, if this card's in your grave, quick effect, tribute an Agnister monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, special summon this card. So after you negate with allied code, you don't need it anymore. You can just tribute it for Lingaribo if you want to. Alright, Appaloosa negates the aggregator in the grave that was trying to negate the allied code. Now the second negate is going to be used onto the sword Ryziel. We're using MTP07 to banish one of the level 4s, I assume because we don't want to get hit with an Exciton Knight. So we're going to search a White Rabbit for follow-up because we already have March here. And we're going to banish that X. Is it ever worth it to chain block aggregator with X to out Apo or allied so it can't be negated? In some hands, for sure, you can go chain link one aggregator, chain link two X to just make sure it resolves onto the Apo. I think in this case, it probably wouldn't have been enough to do it that way. Felt like they needed that search. Okay, allied code is going to negate and banish the Ice Ryziel. And at this point, I don't even think Ryziel can get enough bodies onto the field to win. They would have to like special node or ice. They have node, hard draw. But all that also can get banished. Oh, he had sword. He searched node. Okay, fair enough. Gonna go for Cryptor here with the White Binder. We have Called By for Cryptor. Called By for Cryptor gets crossed out, and that is going to be the end of the second game because Cryptor is gonna banish the node, and then we have no way into a rank 4. So Malice takes this one. I know. Game 3, huh? Karuiko equals the score, and player is going to get to decide on whether they want to go first or second. If I had to guess, I would assume that we're going to see the Gem Knights again from Karuiko, because I think they're going to be expecting to go second, probably. Which I think the Gem Knight deck probably does better than the Malice deck, but of course, there's always a small chance your opponent reads that and sends you first. We're going to see if that happens here, but more likely than not, I think we're going to see the Gem Knights just go second here. Honestly, I'd be down for another Ryziel versus Gem Knight with Ryziel going first. I think that would make for an interesting game. I think for player, it's just way too risky that if Karuiko does decide to play Malice again, sending them first, I just think is not really going to happen. It's just too difficult to beat Malice going second. Right? Because Malice is not even a bad deck when it goes second, because it has like Impulse in it as well. Like the non-engine in it is very strong. So it's not unreasonable for the opponent to just go with Malice here as well. Yeah. And we have, for game 3 of the finals, the last game of the season essentially, player going first. Getting hit with a Lancia. Okay. That is fine because it's Mermail. I mean, okay. I will say that Lancia against Mermail means we cannot look at the hand with Minstrel. So we cannot really play around a Nibiru unless we just hit it with Mooling Glacier. Like Lancia is not as bad against Mermail as you might think, but it's also, if you don't have it together with Nibiru, it's not going to be that good. All right, and player has disguised this pretty well. We haven't seen this deck all day so far from player in the 2 matches we've watched so far. They just brought a dedicated going first deck for the games. When they lose a game, next game they can just go first with Mermail, and that's what we're going to see here. Now they're going to have to figure out how to play this line under Lancia, because that does change a few things for Mermail, because you cannot go for Minstrel, and not being able to go for Minstrel does have a couple of implications. For example, you cannot get a card banished to summon Barrier Statue from the deck, if that is a line that they are including in their deck. You can also it's a little bit harder to get to a tuner that way, because a lot of the time at the end of the combo you're gonna link off the thing, not the Neptibus, the Poseidra, and then bring back you want to bring back the Minstrel to get a tuner into rotation, which is also not something they have available. So the lines get a little complicated under Lancia sometimes, but I assume that because they're playing Mermail in Malice format, this is probably not the first time they're being hit with a Lancia. I would be shocked if that was the case. Nesh was on a line. Yeah, I know there's a line, but I'm not expecting them to play Silent Wobby here. But maybe. Discard Dragoons for Abyss Pike. We still search Minstrel, I assume, because we really want that tuner access. Dragoons searches Mooling Glacier. We have 4 waters in the graveyard right now. We need 1 more. So what we're going to do is we're going to send a water away for Poseidra. We did draw the Coelacanth, so we couldn't summon it with the Abyss Shrine. We're going to be able to summon Mooling Glacier, summon 4 here. That's his Nibiru, it's crazy. Cross out. White Rabbit. Okay. Did not hit Nibiru. If Nibiru is there, we can still get Nibiru'd. And we do not know. Alright. Once again, a reminder for all the people asking. Once the finals is over, we're gonna take a look at the OCG Forbidden and Limited List update together. I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna react to it after this. So if you want to stick around for that, it's gonna be right after the Challenger Cup. I mean, here's the thing, right? If there is a Nibiru, ultimately, I don't even think it's the end of the world here. Because the opponent is going to be down to 1 card after that Nibiru. And you can probably still set up some form of disruption through, because we have Abyss Shrine in the graveyard, which if you, in the opponent's turn, like discard in a heavy infantry or a Neptibus for Poseidra, like that still is interruption. So against like 1 or 2 cards in hand, that's probably going to be good enough. It can beat a Dormouse. No, 1 Dormouse does not beat that. Because on summon of Dormouse, you can just bounce it back to the hand. You would need both cards to beat. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, they missed the Nibiru! You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. There's no way. The Lancia Nibiru combo. Do they have a play? Do they have a play? If you normal summon Dormouse. Oh my god, Gold Sarcophagus. You cannot stop Malice today. You can't even bounce this. You can't even bounce this with Poseidra. Because they still have normal summon. You can set infantry and pop it, I guess. Oh yeah, okay, sure. Infantry pop Dormouse. They need another. Oh, come on. Oh my, no. No. Nah, dude. Is it that busted though? No, that's everything. March Hare, Banish, White Rabbit is 3 bodies plus a trap. Because they discarded a White Rabbit with the Mooling Glacier. They need their own Nibiru could maybe save them. If they even play, I honestly, I don't expect Nibiru to be in this Mermail deck because it is the deck that they've selected specifically for going first. Like they built it for going first. I don't think there's Nibiru in it. Like, yeah, no, there's no way. It's probably just like a hyper going first Mermail with like Sekka's Light and just all engine, like multiple minstrels and stuff like that. I just don't think there's I don't think there's Nibiru in it. Incredible. I mean, hey, it was meant to be. Well played, I guess. Just keeping the Nibiru on the 50-50 of the Mooling Glacier. 2 out of 4 cards were discarded. Nibiru is still there. Goldsark is still there. Malice in Underground. Well, I mean, yeah. Karuhiko wins the Challenger Cup season finals with Malice. Congratulations. And a little bit of Gem Knights. The Gem Knights was very nice to see as well. Yeah, okay. Once again, congratulations to everyone who did well today. Thank you all for playing in another season of Challenger Cups. You can go !Challenger Cup in the chat right now if you want to join the Challenger Cup EU server for future iterations of the Challenger Cup. We are gonna stick around for a little longer. I'm gonna go to the end screen in a second, but then afterwards I'm gonna switch to my normal overlay and we're gonna take a look at the OCG list together. So for all of you that want to stick around for that, you are welcome to. Everyone else, thank you for watching the Challenger Cup, and thank you to Konami for sponsoring the Challenger Cups as always. So gonna go onto the end screen real quick and then back to the regular overlay, and we can take a look at the OCG list together. All right, gamers, there we are. There we are. Let me just real quick close Master Duel. Let me handle my overlays real quick. This is okay. This is the right one. Let me get chat up on the other screen. Okay. Okay. As requested, we're not going to end it here. We do have an OCG Forbidden and Limited list to look at. And just before we hop in, I want to get just some context, because I know not everyone is playing the OCG or following the OCG super closely. I did say in a recent video when I looked at the OCG metagame report, this is the most recent one, I do feel like they need a relatively big ban list right now over there. I think their format is pretty centered around few decks at the moment, and a lot of pretty toxic stuff over there is still legal. I mean, Appaloosa and stuff like that, but that's no, Appaloosa is not legal in the OCG actually, but Max C is. And like multiple called buys and stuff like that, but that's besides the point. Yami is by far the most popular deck at the moment over there. Closely followed, or like not that close actually. It's like 9-10% different almost between Vanquish Soul, and Yummy, depending on the report. But Yummy is very popular over there, so I wonder what they're going to do to Yummy, as well as, of course, K9 Vanquish Soul being at a very, very high power level, because they already have the new K9 monster from Doom of Dimensions, so K9 decks in general are very strong over there, and K9 Vanquish Soul is pretty powerful. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of decks that really compete with it. Honestly, Sky Striker as the third deck is actually quite cool to see. I like the Sky Striker deck a lot, but that's also personal bias. Other than that, there's not many decks that are really running around, and I think the most annoying thing about the last thingy was that the latest deck building pack, Phantom Revengers, had no impact on the metagame. Like, literally nothing. Like, the metagame in the OCG hasn't changed in a long time because they just haven't really addressed Yummy and Vanquish Soul K9 properly. I feel like it's been like this for a very long time. So that's basically what I am expecting to see from this ban list. So we're gonna go top to bottom. October 1st, 2025 limit regulations in the OCG. Let me scroll down slowly and go one by one. Forbidden. First card, Evil Swarm Ouroboros. Okay. Actually, wait, you don't see that even. There we go. Evil Swarm Ouroboros. That's cool. I want that. Can we have that? Can we get this in TCG? I'm not gonna lie. I mean, there's not a lot of decks that are using Ouroboros at the moment in TCG, but this is one of those cards that I feel like Evil Swarm Ouroboros has never been used for good. Like, whenever you see Evil Swarm, you might think to yourself, like, oh, overlaying 3 monsters for 1 hand rip is fair, but you never, because that's too fair, you never do that. You only do it to loop it because it's not once per turn. So I'm on board with that. I think that's good. I think that's a good riddance for sure. Evil Swarm Ouroboros gone is nice. I mean, you do ask yourself, like, okay, where in this breakdown is Evil Swarm Ouroboros hand loop? And the answer is nowhere. None of these decks is the ones doing it. But once again, I want to repeat something I've said in the past. Popularity is not the only thing you should take into account when you're doing a ban list, when you're balancing your game, because some things are very, very unfun, even if you only play against it like once every other tournament. Like, it's not fun to play against. So yeah, I'm on board with that. Next up, we have Obedience Schooled going from 3 to 0. Not even to 1 like in the TCG. Yummy has been around for longer in the OCG, and it is also more dominant than it is in the TCG at the moment before Doom of Dimensions. So a relatively harsh hit to Yummy here, I will say. I'm a fan of this. I think Obedience Schooled is one of the most broken cards in Yummy for sure. However, I will say I have played Yummy with 1 Obedience Schooled, testing for YCS Lil a little bit, and I think that deck is still very strong, even if it doesn't draw Obedience Schooled. So, if this is the only thing they're doing to Yummy, I think that's not enough. I think Yummy is still going to be a very strong deck, even without Obedience Schooled. But it's definitely a deserved hit, I think. Okay, going down the list a little longer. Herald of the Arclight Limited. Those are the only banned cards, by the way. No Max C, once again, Sag. 07 to all the OCG duelists that have to suffer from Max C, another format, probably forever. Herald of the Arclight, unlimited to limited. I'm a fan of this change. I have suggested it for my TCG ban list discussion. We did get it in the TCG, and I do think it's nice. It is still a really, really powerful card that Yummy can still make every time. But now that they cannot make a second one, I think that's a little bit more reasonable. But yeah, I mean, one Arclight, I'm a fan of it. It's an Omni, so honestly, I wouldn't even be mad to eventually see it banned. But for now, I think limit is okay, even for the OCG. Vanquish Soul Raisin going from unlimited to limited. You know my opinion about this. I don't agree with this. I personally think that the K9 cards are the root of all evil in K9 Vanquish Soul. I think the K9 cards are what is making decks too powerful, what is making end boards too broken. I do like Vanquish Soul personally, though, so this is maybe a little biased. But I would have preferred hits to K9 over hits to Vanquish Soul, but okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, K9 Jokul going to 1 as well. Yeah, no, for the reasons I just said, I do like a Jokul hit. I'm a fan of it. I think a lot of the times when your opponent just hard opens Jokul, it feels really, really hard to interact with in the TCG. So I can imagine it being the same in the OCG, because basically like Jokul being summoned, immediately searching more more K9 cards to your hand, and then extending into an Izuna that a Ripper that negates hand traps is like super crazy. Jokul getting a limit over Izuna is crazy. No, I think that statement is crazy. I think Izuna is a way fairer card than Jokul. I think Izuna is completely fine, whereas cards like Jokul and Ripper are, I think, are the cards that are toxic about K9. I think Izuna is completely fine, whereas Jokul and Ripper are the ones that let you play through hand traps like it's nothing and make incredibly strong boards and everything. It's just I don't think Jokul is I don't think Izuna is a problem and Jokul isn't. Next, K2 Draco Tail. Nah, what did Draco Tail do? Come on. What? Why? Bro, Draco Tail is not even popular enough to include a sample deck list in the friggin' metagame report. And like, okay, to be fair, I did just say that popularity alone does not even sometimes is not the only thing you need to look at. But Draco Tail, out of all, Draco Tail is the deck that you feel like hitting. Draco Tail is like, I don't know. I like playing Draco Tail. I like playing against Draco Tail. I don't get this one. I really don't get this one. I don't know. Okay. And then we're also bringing back Eclipse Wyvern. Okay, you can probably do some crazy stuff with that, but I don't mind that. I like Eclipse Wyvern. I think it's a cool card. Sure. That's kind of fun, actually. I don't know what you can do with that. Maybe you can do some crazy shit with it, but I don't mind that. I think without Guard Dragons to like tutor it out from the deck every single time onto the board for free. Because if you send it with like Dragon Ravine or something, I'm sure you can do some crazy stuff with it, but you can do crazy stuff with Dragon Link regardless. I don't mind that. Okay. And that's all the limits. We're going into the semi-limited section now. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like, I mean, there are hits to Vanquish Soul, and there are hits to K9, and there are hits to Yummy here. Okay. Let's do the full. Let's get the full picture first. K9 Izuna going from 3 to 2. Sure, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. As much as I think Izuna is a fine card, I don't hate it being at 2. I think it, for certain decks, it can definitely feel like a overpowering hand trap sometimes. In the majority of decks, it's not that good against, but like it's a good hand trap, and it can also be a good extender on your turn. So I don't hate putting it onto the list, but yeah. Once again, I personally hate splashable cards that interact with hand traps favorably, so you can splash them into other decks and then just play through hand traps like it's nothing. So my personal issue with the K9 cards is Ripper. I think Ripper is not healthy design, but hitting Jokul and Izuna is whatever. I get it. Okay. Yummy Snatchy from 3 to 2 is an interesting hit. I like that one, actually. That's like one of those resource-based hits. It doesn't hit the consistency of the deck, but you do play 3 Snatchies for a reason, and you do go through 3 Snatchies very regularly. So that is going to impact Yummy in some games. In a lot of combo lines, you do want 3 Snatchies, and I really like these sort of hits that actually impact the ceiling of a deck and not just the consistency. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I like the way they approached Yummy here. We get rid of the most broken card, Obedience Schooled. We limit them to 1 Arclight per game, and we put a little bit of a damper onto their ceiling by putting Snatchy to 2. That personally is, I think, a good approach to Yummy. I like that. I like that one. Yeah. Okay. Sure. We have Sangan Kaiman? They had 3 Sangan Kaimans in the OCG is crazy. okay, sure. You should have done this ages ago, and it should probably be at 1. But I guess I'm happy for you, OCG. You got this a year late, but alas. Dude, whenever we do anything OCG Banlist related, I just feel so bad for OCG players. I'm just like, yo, I'm sorry. Okay. Astrograph going from 1 to 2. Nobody asked. Nobody cares, hopefully. Bestial Baldrake going from 1 to 2. Sure, that's fine. Emergency going from 1 to 2 is also fine. Why is this card? Is this card on the TCG ban list still? If so, why? Pressured Planet Wraithsoth going from 1 to 2. The fact that this card is on the list with Fenrir being banned is also crazy. But sure. Okay. And that's all the so this is all the hits. So we have some unlimits. Let me just do these at once. We have Griffin Rider, Irrelevant, Sprite Jet should be at 3. Nightmare Goblin doesn't matter whether it's like, as long as this card's legal, only one. If you're only gonna ever play 1, if anything. Teleport going from 2 to 3 is relevant. That's definitely gonna matter for some decks. Mass Change 2 is a crazy card to even have on. None of this really matters. Emergency Teleport is like somewhat interesting for some decks, but okay. Okay. My first impression of this ban list is that it is, for OCG standards, this is a relatively good ban list, which is a very low bar. It's a very, very low bar because normally the OCG ban lists are not very good. So I think it could have been better for sure, but I like the way they tackled Yummy. I like that they hit Vanquish Soul Canine relatively hard. It's still, I would argue that this hits like, thinking about it from another perspective, actually, maybe it's not as good because I'm pretty sure that this version of Vanquish Soul Canine with 1 Raisin, 1 Jokel is still stronger than our TCG version of Vanquish Soul Canine, right? So, because I would always trade 2 Jokels for 2 Stake Your Souls, 100%. Like, Vanquish Soul is stronger in the OCG than it is in the TCG, which says a lot because it's been meta for them for way longer than it's been for us. So the OCG has basically hit Canine Vanquish Soul lighter than the TCG has, when the TCG has been having the deck for a lot shorter time period. So once again, it's the OCG hitting their decks way less and way slower. Yeah, I don't know. I think someone said it in chat a second ago, but if this was a TCG ban list, I think I wouldn't be happy about it. Because I'm just, at this point, I have higher expectations for TCG ban lists. So because the only reason why I'm thinking this is like remotely okay is because it's an OCG ban list. And whenever someone tells me like, hey, an OCG ban list is out, I'm expecting like Yummy Surprise to 1 and Maxi to 3. And that we didn't get that, so it's like relatively good for an OCG ban list. But yeah, I'm surprised by the way they handled Yummy. I think the way they handled Yummy is quite decent. I don't know why K2 Draco Tail is on here. I think that part is crazy. I think Draco Tail was one of the fairest and probably the best designed deck out of Justice Hunters by far. And hitting that deck when it's like, this arguably hits Draco Tail harder than it hits, like, this list probably hits Draco Tail the hardest out of the 3 decks, because Yummy can replace Obedience Schooled. Yes, you have other starters that are worse, but like, you can replace it. You can play like more main deck names, you can play more Sky Striker cards, you can play Piri Rise map, like, you can make up for the consistency of Obedience Schooled. Vanquish Soul Canine, you can play a smaller Canine package, you can play more of the new Canine to replace the normal summons that you've lost, maybe play like 1 or 2 extra fire monsters. Like, okay, Vanquish Soul Canine probably remains playable. Draco Tail losing 2 copies of K2 is crazy. That's one of your best starters, But not only that, it's one of your best cards going second. And also, you will run out of Draco Tail spell traps to set like every game now. Like, it's going to be so tough. You use one K2 Draco Tail and you can't set another one for follow-up. Like, it's crazy. You have to go through one of your traps to recycle your one K2 like every turn to even have access to it. I think this might as well, like, maybe it kills Draco Tail, but if it remains playable, then it still is the hardest hit out of the 3 Justice Hunters deck for Draco Tail, which I think that decision is crazy. Like, come on. Draco Tail is like the least combo heavy out of the Justice Hunters decks. It's by far the weakest out of the Justice Hunters decks, and you're hitting it the hardest? Come on, man. So yeah, it's the more I'm thinking about it, the less I like it. I do think it's not terrible. It's better than I expected, I suppose. Maxi is still at 2, disappointing. Called by is still at 2, disappointing. Yeah, I guess that's that. That's how I'll give this a, for an OCG Banlist, I'll give this a solid 4 out of 10, which probably makes it one of the best OCG Banlists in a decade. Might as well be the best one ever, but it's not great. This is at least a 7 out of 10. A 7 out of 10 is not possible unless Maxi is on it, I think. Even though we are reiterating over this every single ban list, I refuse to give anything a 7 out of 10 if we're just ignoring the fact that Maxi is still at 2 and Called By is still at 2. That is just like fundamentally misunderstanding how to balance Yu-Gi-Oh, in my opinion, and so you are not getting any higher than 6 out of 10, like, without Maxi at least going to 1. Like, if Maxi goes to 1, I think it's an automatic 6 or 7 out of 10. If Maxi goes to 0, it's automatically a 10 out of 10. But if Maxi is not untouched, is untouched completely, then it cannot be better than a 5 or 6 out of 10. Simple as that. Anyways, yeah, that's the OCG ban list, I suppose. What about Maxi to 3? Maxi to 3 is a -5 out of 10 automatically. But yeah, I think it's just all, like, I think it looks like a good ban list from the outside, but then when you take the bigger picture, I think you realize, like, OCG Malice is still at a power level that would be completely unacceptable in TCG. K9, Vanquish Soul, and Yummy were hit lighter than Draco Tail, which is not great, and a lot of other things are just wrong in the 4. They have 3 Talons, they have 2 Maxi, they have 2 Called By, they have Link Decoder, they have Splash Mage, they have all that. Like, I don't know. I don't know, but I guess, what was I expecting? Okay, y'all. It's been a while. The stream has been going on for a long time, so I think I'm going to call it a day here. The streaming schedule is going to be different next week because I am going to YCS Lille on Thursday. So I will give you guys an extra stream on Wednesday, which normally would be off with the new schedule, but I think I'll be live on Wednesday just because I don't want to leave you guys without a stream entire week. But I'm going to have to focus on YCS Lille prep the next 2 days, but I think I'll go live on Wednesday, and maybe we'll do... I might do some fun decks in the Duelist Cup. Like, maybe I'll try to get some of the gems with Necros or something like that. I haven't really thought about it yet. I don't want to try hard the Duelist Cup on Wednesday because that's not something I feel like doing in the current format, but maybe I'll play some fun pet decks to get some of the gems, and maybe we can have some fun that way. So, or maybe we'll try Gem Knight. That deck looks kind of fun. So yeah, thank you all for watching so much. I hope you enjoyed the Challenger Cup. I hope you enjoyed the OCG Banlist reaction. I hope you have a wonderful rest to your weekend and a good start to your week. Thank you for tuning in.